Hey,
Oh,
we're
we loved laughing at
live.
you.
Hello, strangers. How we all doing tonight?
Why are
Yay.
you jazz
I
hands
don't
in the
know.
corner?
It's what I do to tell you guys that we're now live. Do you not like
Dan,
it?
join in.
Yes, man.
I feel like that's now going to be a thing every time I GM
We
a
need a
session on
theme
this.
tune.
It's going to be dun 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 dun.
You need to have a clap at the beginning. You can't just. You need to.
Ah,
See, now you're getting it.
right.
There's
Okay.
that.
Proper game show host it. That's what you need to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need a
full
jingle
like
or
full suit
something.
and everything. Okay.
I mean, I
Yes.
thought you were wearing this when I came
Oh,
on.
Toby,
I'm gonna write a jingle for
loving the
next week.
emotes. Toby, loving the emotes. Thank you for
Yay, I'm
subscribing.
sorry.
Thanks for following to the Lucy and Toby. Yeah. So, hello, welcome back. I've done it again. This is my. I can't stop it. Now that I've done it once, it'll never end. Anyway,
All that jazz.
You need tattoos.
back to the topic at hand, I guess.
Hands.
So, Burnout GM. This week we should be finishing this case. Of course, last week I did say we should be finishing this case when we started, but hey ho, we'll see how it goes. If all goes to plan, we should finish before 11 o'clock, and then next week will hopefully be Fran leading a session with some new players. Through, is it D&D you're playing?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's classic D&D, and I've decided to give the session a working time. And
I don't know about
Screen
anybody
froze.
else, but I totally lost all signal there with you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just for a
screen
second.
froze and everything.
well, fuck.
Try it again. Try again.
I decided to call it, working time. Yes. Sound. Yes. Sound. Yes.
Yeah,
Go,
right,
go.
go.
My internet connection is unstable, like my mental health. But hey.
That's what
That's
we'll
what
call the
Zoom
stream.
I've decided to call the session Battle of the Band.
Battle of the Band. So,
Yeah.
Singular.
so make sure you're following.
Just
If-
one.
Fair
One
enough.
band.
Well,
They're all
make-
just fighting between them.
So make sure you're following or subscribed, like Toby has wisely done for the Twitch emotes, and that way you can be updated when that happens next week. Yeah.
Right,
So
Toby. Good guy.
down below there's a link for how to do it with Twitch Prime, Amazon Prime, connecting that for free.
Twitch. Thank you.
Well, it is Twitch Prime. It's
I
yeah,
know,
it's the
but
whole
you
thing.
see it all the time.
Then there is also on the bottom of the screen you can see the emotes and rewards, which is the little Cthulhu emotes. And yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think, is there anything else? YouTube, subscribe to our YouTube channel because then you can see last week's episode. Hopefully by the end of tonight. It took its time to upload. We're learning here. We're learning. I also finally got decent editing software today, so woo.
Hey.
Cool. Any other announcements? Anybody want to plug anything? No?
Remember last week when we were all really serious and stuff, and I were like, "Yay, whatever."
Because last week we were all peeing our pants. And by peeing our
Yeah,
pants, I
true.
mean most of yous, because yous were all good. What if people don't?
I shat myself.
I'm still drinking it.
Oh.
Mm.
Oh no.
That was so much worse than I did.
Anyway, right. Moving on. Not a sponsor, by the way. So,
I mean, the two of us are sitting
right.
drinking a soft drink
Oh
which
my
we're not
god.
going into.
Stop with the fake product placement. We are so
Hey,
far
so
off
Pep-
topic.
Hey, so Pepsi, look at me. If you sponsor
Oh my
us,
god. Do you know what? I'll do the other thing. I've got Diet Coke and also West beer. Pint glass. Anyway, right. Last week, let's go into the recap. So last week, our investigators kind of got brought together through Alison Craig, who requested them to help find her missing daughter, Emily. She's a high school student, 18 years old, and they went and visited the high school and the local coffee shop that she frequented. They discovered that... You alright there, Gemma? They
Just
discovered
remembered Fred.
they discovered the infection club, and they also found out some stuff about Helix Labs being connected to blood tests, and they found Victor Chang, who once they started getting close to getting any real information, started trying to cave his own head in against a wall. But they were able to decipher some clues from his little notebook that led them to the junkyard, where they faced off against two kind of, it seemed, linked teenagers who spoke in unison. They are now unconscious on the floor, and just as they were about to kind of deal with that situation, they heard a van pull up to the gates of the junkyard, opening it up and come in, and that is where we finished off, with you guys all listening to the... Oh, thank you for the subscription there. And yeah, we'll continue on. Oh, I forgot, almost totally forgot the biggest thing in the room here. Detective John Johnson. Paul, he's vanished. One of our players couldn't make it tonight because he'd been asked to work late. So I'll do the roleplay for him, and I believe Lewis is going to do the combat if any comes up. What we'll try and do is we'll deal with John in a satisfying way if possible. Right? Cool. So you can hear the van. What do you do?
Okay,
I suggest we drag the bodies behind the big junk heap.
Yeah, hiding the unconscious people sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay. So you start dragging the bodies. So the way to kind of imagine this is the entrance is kind of here-ish. You guys are a wee bit further in, and that's where the big mound is. You are kind of going around that. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, I
Right.
know that's not as obvious because we're kind of I'm doing it towards camera. Entrance here, mound is here. There's some other mounds about, but this is the one user at. Is kind of close to the line of sight of the door. So,
I'll just scoop one of them up over my shoulders, fireman carry, and start to run round the side.
cool.
I think we should carry them, because if we drag them, they'll leave tracks.
Well, John's already started
Yeah,
dragging one. He's
let's
like,
do that.
Right, well, can we cover the track then,
yeah,
please?
go for it. So you
Yeah, let's do that.
So who's going to cover the tracks, and is somebody going to help him lift?
I'll say
Probably. Yeah, I think I'm probably the weakest of us. So I'm going to cover the tracks.
I'm good at lifting.
As you quickly start moving, dragging the bodies, lifting them, dusting the tracks, kicking dirt, or throwing wee bits of metal over it to kind of hide it. You hear the van door click open as it closes, and you just hear the footsteps. It sounds like a good few couple of guys, maybe 5 or 6. Where the hell are they? They're meant to be here already. I don't know, mate. And that's kind of what you are hearing. So you're kind of hearing that kind of chatter of them waiting for somebody who's not arrived yet. So he's just going to keep listening, hiding what he's doing.
I'll say if we leave.
Oh, restrained other teenagers.
They're not restrained at all. You just knocked them out.
Right. How
As adults.
how far away are they of the truck? Are they for the truck?
They're all pretty close to the truck. They're kind of fanned out a little bit. The furthest is maybe, say, about 10 to 15 feet, and some of the others, 3 of them are kind of leaning against it. The other 2 or 3 are kind of fanned out a little bit from it. You can't really see them.
So are they teenagers as well?
Well, you can't really see them. You're only really hearing their voices. You can maybe glimpse 1 or 2 of them. One of them is a guy who... I'm trying to remember. Did you know anything about Stainslaw last time?
We'd heard a little bit. I think specifically John knew more
John?
than the rest of us.
Okay. Well, John spots them, spots this guy at the front, and he's like, "These look like Stainslaw's goons." So he's kind of confirmed that for you.
Smashing.
Yeah.
We're going to need to juke these people. Fire something one way, run the other. classic video game logic here.
I mean, I think I'd like to somehow restrain the teenagers we've got in case they wake up. Because I'm not ready to leave, but which is exactly why I'm like, okay, yeah, we should probably at least cover their mouths with something so they can't scream or anything.
Solid idea.
Wow, I can't believe I'm saying that.
I mean, I still have a force field. We could put both of them in that, but I think it closed. I'm not sure.
Well,
that.
Also, just because you just used your force field in that encounter, I'm going to say that it wouldn't really work for that purpose or exactly be fully charged at the moment either. Just you'd be aware of that sort of thing.
Okay.
Gil, I could restrain them using Nimrod, just wrap it around them to hold them in place. Because it is just a big chunk of metal.
Yeah. Do that.
Yeah.
So Gil reaches his hand into a pile of scrap, pulls out the 5-foot chunk of rebar from seemingly nowhere, and then we'll try like tie their arms behind their back and then to each other. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So this solid piece of metal, as soon as you kind of start to bend it, kind of glows. Not necessarily red hot, but kind of like a wee goldy shimmer. And just bends to your will with ease. It almost looks like rubber. But as soon as you're finished tying it, it becomes solid metal again.
Yeah. And I'll leave them like back to back, arms pinned behind them.
No. Who didn't have their phone on silent to answer it?
Nervously checking pockets.
You realise
it's their phone.
Yep, it's one of their phones.
Okay.
No.
Somebody answer it.
Right,
Can I take it out of their pocket?
Yep.
And I want to just... do we answer it or do we try to get rid of it?
What does it say? What name does it say on the display?
Just says meet up.
Is it actually brrrt or is it just...
It's an alarm. Turn it off.
It's making the noise I'm making.
It's an alarm. Turn it off.
And then
can I check if it like turns off?
It's clearly a phone call. It's got the wee.
So are we answering it? I assume
This
not.
would be something we can throw.
And then.
Doop. Fuck it. Oh shit! No, never mind.
No, you flung it. It's just before you go to fling it, you hear it like go to voicemail, and then you just lob it. Which direction?
Away from the people with the truck as far as I can, which is pretty far.
The fence.
Well, you're not really too close to the fence from here, so you kind of throw it deeper into the junkyard. I'm going to get you to do the first roll of this evening. 2d6, and we'll just do it as a check of seeing how far you throw it and what kind of noise
Can I use my traits, strong as an ox and home run?
I definitely think they're appropriate. Home run very well suits it.
So that's 9 total.
So 9 total. I'm trying to
Mixed
find
success.
So it's a mixed success. So that kind of means you achieve it, but something kind of goes a bit wrong. So, boom, it goes flying a good distance, and then it lands on top of a junk pile, going ba-dum-dum-dum-ding, and then you just see it. You just see it with your eyes kind of teetering on the edge. And I'm going to roll 2d6. If I get high enough, it's going to fall. I got a 10. Yeah, critical success. So it's kind of teetering, like ready to fall, and you're kind of all sitting there tense, like, oh. As it kind of rattles through the inside of the structure, and then suddenly, like, this whole mound of trash just kind of slides down, spreading the place. And all the guards are looking over that way. All of these goons are looking over that way. And they're all kind of, like, taking out pistols and that, getting ready to kind of go investigate it. Stay by the truck. One of them shouts to the 3 at the truck. So 3 of them head off.
I mouth whether we should run the other way now.
But what are we going to do with the two teenagers? We're just leaving them.
We're taking them.
Oh, okay.
But we'll need to lift them.
Yeah, but we're 3 people, and they're just 2 teenagers. We're 4 people, actually. John is there.
John is also here.
John is also there.
John. Yep. John's like
So
just
are we
palming his
running-
face.
The opposite direction. Is that the plan?
Yeah.
Are you taking the
Okay.
teenagers? John
Are
asks,
we?
John asks, are we
I
leaving them?
mean, if we leave them, they'll find
I
them.
say let's take them.
If we take them, then we're going to need to run carrying them, which is going to slow us down a lot.
I think I can handle that, says Gil.
If we leave them, we've basically gained nothing from this visit.
Um,
Actually,
That's also kidnapping.
it's kidnapping, and that's a different
while
story.
you're discussing this, the 3 guards that went to investigate the thing are over there looking at it going, and you kind of can hear this clear, like, just hints of this conversation that seem to imply that they think that the young teenagers are part of the trash, like that they are the metal bits somehow. Like,
Right,
are they
okay.
like
Right.
robots?
Oh, aye. Well, going to need to go, but who's left in them? That's the question.
I mean, in character, I'm kind of intrigued now because they seem to be really, really dumb. So I'm like, maybe I can take it.
Can Gil
Dumb with
theoretically,
guns
with
never goes
my
well.
super strength pick up both teenagers at the same time?
Yes, I'd allow that.
Like backpack them with the rod to hold them together.
Yeah, I'd say you could do that.
Cool. Gil will sort of squat down because he lifts appropriately, doesn't with his back out, and hoists them up over his shoulders both at the same time.
So down, bend the knees. Whoop. John kind of helps them kind of get on your shoulder nice and comfortably and safely, as well. So
I will gesture with my head. Go, go.
and then
Right, we're gone.
which way?
Whatever.
The opposite.
Basically. So there's the guards
they're
looking
here,
from the
guys
car.
here, we're there.
Right, Lewis, what were you saying?
So there's the guys coming from the truck. There's the people over at the other pile where through the phone. We want to go in the direction between the two of them so neither of them spot us.
Okay, so you're trying to
Hopefully.
kind of sneak out the front entrance.
No, not
Oh.
because there's the people at the truck. Like
Yep.
go over the like far end fence. we
Okay,
haven't been to.
so you're going deeper in a sense. Cool. So you don't need to do a roll or anything. Actually, I'll get you all to roll stealth.
Cool. Can I use cautious?
You can use power tag cautious. Would anybody else like
Then
to
I'll
use power
also-
tags?
I want to use a weakness tag again.
Okay, which one?
Great.
I want to use ignores red flags again because I'm like, well, we probably shouldn't head deeper into the junkyard, should we?
Right. So what are you going to do then? What about it?
I want to use my weakness tag ignores red flags because the red flag is this is deeper into the junkyard.
Right.
There's probably more people there,
Okay.
and I'm like, no, I'm running there.
I got you. That makes sense.
Can I balance that with not afraid of danger?
Yes. So it becomes a flat roll.
Cool.
What you can
First
do
thing.
on that theme is mark. Is it aware on the sheets? I don't have one in front of me.
Attention, that's my
Attention,
second one.
that's
That's
it.
why I'm using this one.
Give that a wee mark, and there you go.
I've got 2 now.
Then I'll.
Right, I got
No, you go first.
Beth Danger.
right. I got I rolled and I got 10. But I have stealth, so 11.
11. Cool.
And then for Salamander or John, while we have him, can I use dodge as part of the stealth?
I will allow it. I'll allow Salamander to. Yeah. Cool.
So that means Gil got a total of 11.
Cool.
Salamander got a total of 10.
Okay. So John got the 10. Cool. What did you get, Millie?
A solid 9.
Solid 9. So everybody's like super quiet. John seems to have took the lead and he's kind of like ninja-ing ahead, kind of like running at full sprint yet making no noise. And then behind you stealthily is Millie, who is just kind of like going very slowly but is being successful at being quiet, but going very slowly.
I mean, I'm kind of still interested at what's in what's going on.
Exactly. So you kind of just looking back over at the idiots by the kind of the pile, listening into that. Yeah. So like, are they wanna like? I don't understand. Like, how can they just turn into mail like that? Like, I've never seen anybody be able to do that. Have you, Robert? No, I haven't. I can't say I have. I can't say I've seen that very often, mate. People turning into metal is not really a thing you see every day. William. These names on the spot. Oh, I'm good at this. Oh, hi.
You ever called Steve?
I mean, I almost called them Jimmy and Steve. Again.
And then we'll get like 6 different Steves.
No, I didn't do it. It's Robert and William. Oh, yeah, no, I don't really see that very often, William. Aye, I know. Like, it's madness. It's madness. You see so much madness in this city, you know? Like, our boss is made of metal as well. It's just not good. It's not good. Anyway, we should probably try and find them. Teenagers! So they're kind of shouting at the rubble, trying to wake them up.
Right, okay, good.
Cool.
The people by the car seem to just... they kind of look out a little bit, and then they just also seem distracted by the idiots over at the kind of massive chaos that you've caused. So John kind of leads you to the... Because John's kind of been in this area and he knows one of his skills is he knows every street in the city. He kind of knows where the back fence is. So he's kind of got you close to that. But it says totally shut and sealed nice and safely. So like wire cross fence. So
how high?
We'll say 15 feet. So not exactly the easiest to climb. And it's kind of got barbed wire across the top.
So, options are: is there like a gate?
That's a good shout. Is there a gate?
Not from what you can see, and from what John tells you, he kind of suggests that the only real way in that is legal would be through the front entrance. Just because of the way the place is, and it's not really used that often. So,
to any of us?
Oh, I should mention from here you can see the docks as well.
Cool. Do any of us have a good way to clear the barbed wire off the top and go over, or make a way through? Actually, no. John would. He has his burning nimbus whips. Can he melt a person-sized hole in the fence?
Give us a roll for John.
Cool. I'll use burning nimbus whips. And by any chance, is it damp?
Near the docks, so it should be.
It's relative.
Yeah.
Cool. So that because he could use his better in damp conditions tag.
That's a weird tag.
That's
That's a really
not a
weird
thing,
tag.
is it?
It'd be better if it was better in moist conditions.
Boy, it's a horrible one.
That's a total of 9.
Total of 9. So he kind of, the Nimbus whips kind of like before, spring out of his back like these tentacle things and just start laser cutting a hole in the wall. Not the wall, the fence. But yeah, just it does it. I'll allow it. I think it's an easy enough kind of task for the Nimbus whips. But you do see it takes a considerable amount of energy out of him, and he looks quite drained after it. So he's kind of like, stumping over a little.
Out. Gil will nod out while still holding both of the teenagers.
Yeah. So John kind of tries to get you two, the ladies, out first, and then the teenagers, because he kind of likes to go last, sort of type.
I'll have to take them down and pass them through the pick back up.
So we kind of everybody gets out. You're on the other side of the fence. No sign of the guards coming to get you.
Let's go to the car.
Yes, seems like a plan.
Chuck them in the boot.
Cool.
We are John's divorce papers.
As you start making your way round to the car, John kind of stops and gives you the keys to Beth Graves.
Right.
And he's like,
Okay.
look, get them out here. I just I'm a bit exhausted. I'm gonna go take shelter. I've got a safe house nearby, so I can go there. I'll do some watching of the docks, see what's going on here. I'll give you a phone if anything comes up. Sound like a plan?
It's a plan. Can I just take this time to put my phone on mute? Just in case.
So you take the keys and then you literally take your phone out, put it on mute.
Yep.
Put it back in your pocket, and then he's like,
Yep.
as he kind of shuffles across the street to
Leave
the
a
other side.
Leave a voicemail, John. Leave a voicemail, right?
He shuffles across the street to the other side and he goes, "It's a bit late for putting it on mute. Do you know, Hank? Should have done that before we started
it was on
sneaking."
It was good enough. Silent.
Whatever. And he kind of slumps off into the dark. You already, as soon as he disappears, your phone starts ringing. It's from him. It's from John.
But it's on mute, so it's fine.
Exactly. And then he leaves a voicemail that pretty much just says, "Please don't destroy my car." See you soon.
I might.
Hangs up. Right. So you get to the car. You shuffle things about with all the hundreds of papers and boxes that John has that is his divorce papers, apparently. Mostly his casework, which you kind of would know, Beth, because you've seen it. But yeah, you kind of throw the teenagers in. Are you putting them in the boot or in the back seats?
Yeah, I was just going to ask.
I was going to say back seats so we can keep an eye on them.
Yeah, let's put the case files in the boot.
Yeah.
Cool.
If they get up when we're all driving,
I'm going to get you to roll somebody, whoever's putting them in, roll some sort of hide check or stealth check for them.
I'd say Gil's probably doing that because he's holding them and they're tied up with his magic piece of rebar. So,
cool.
Can I use cautious for that?
Yep.
That's the one I've been using for. Can I use problem solver?
Yes, that as well.
Cool. So that'll be 2.
we get some sunshades.
Good.
Just
Total of 8.
strap them in.
Total of 8. Yeah, so I mean, you get them in there. They're kind of visible if somebody was up close to the car, but you're kind of aware of that as 2 teenagers tied together, through in the back of your car. What do you expect?
Told you it should have been a bit.
So you just kind of live with it. Where are you going to head now? That you've got your 2 teens and.
Okay.
If
We
we
need to go.
No, you go first.
We need to go somewhere where we can possibly wake them up and try to talk to them. Ideally, somewhere people wouldn't recognize, because they were possessed earlier, so they're probably still possessed, and we don't know what that entity can do.
Probably somewhere secluded would also be good.
Yeah.
So, where?
How do I burn a tag?
How do you burn a tag? Why do you want to burn a tag? I don't think it's relevant right now.
Because I have one that's called Safe House.
That you don't need to burn that. I would say you just have that.
I bet it's a new tag.
I don't know what you mean. It's a new tag.
Like, so I have power tags and then new power options.
Oh, so that is. Do you know how Fran, when she's been using her weaknesses, is getting
Yes.
attention?
Oh, yeah. No, it's
So
you've not
that,
unlocked
you get
that.
to pick
Right.
one of those.
So you've not unlocked that
Right,
yet.
that's fine. No, I know. Right, okay, that's fine.
So
I'm assuming.
these are just sitting in this
based on-
alleyway now.
I'm assuming based on logic, me, Gil, and Millie would have apartments somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would want to take these innocent teenagers to my flat because I live with my grandma.
Fair. The other problem we face is that like everyone kind of like one of Gil's specific weaknesses is that people know him in his community. So like if he shows up with 2 teenagers tied up with a chunk of metal, he'd probably get looks.
Let's just drive for now.
Yeah, go to like the outskirts of the city, like the far side from where we are.
So you've got a few options.
Figure it out.
You can go, obviously, northeast, southwest sort of directions from where you are. User on the, if I remember, I said east.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
No, user on the west because the north was where the waterworks is in Helix Labs. It's kind of northwest, so user on the east. So you can go north or you can go south. Or west. Just not east.
So we can go basically any direction. I'm going to vote...
What east?
I'm going to vote west.
West.
Okay.
So that means going through the entire city pretty much. So you get to see a bit more. You get to see a bit more of this city that you've been living in.
Are we taking the scenic route?
Every part of the city's kind of got its own kind of districts. It's a big metropolitan city, so you've got your nice areas next to your not so nice areas, and then there's these occasional areas where weird things tend to happen. Things go missing, things move, and as you kind of pass through those zones, you kind of notice that the people here seem to have different glares about them, different kind of glints about them. Some of them have like a bit of an aura coming off them. Not super colourful, just a tiny hint of a glow that you guys can perceive. Yeah, so you kind of pass through that and you get to the west side of town.
What's that?
I don't know, something's going on with somebody's thing. It's going...
Once more in their grasp.
Yeah. So you just keep going and you end up on the outskirts of town. Kind of wooded area. Yeah. And then there's some farmland.
Always a good place to take hostages. Good. No, seriously, this is perfect.
I'm more worried.
You not seen the Blair Witch Project?
So
you scare me, Fran.
The teenagers are in the back of the truck, unconscious, or in the back seats of the car. Sorry.
So, guess we'll move them sort of somewhere deeper into the woods where we won't be disturbed. I guess then maybe get them up.
Mm-hmm.
Then what about the car? We don't need to flank it.
I mean, I would say you kind of follow. If you go into the woods, if you choose the woods, there's a wee dirt road that you can kind of take in with the car and kind of it'd be in enough.
No,
Yeah, let's do that. Sure. So ideally, it's going to be dark around the teenagers.
Yeah, it's nighttime. So yeah, it's now about 7 or 8 at night. Pardon me. So.
Mm-hmm.
Right, okay. We're driving down the road. I'm using the keys.
Yeah.
I'd hope you're using the keys. Or awkwardly, you're still sitting in the alleyway. You've not used the keys yet. No, right. You've kind of got there. Right, you're taking them out of the car. Where are you setting them? What are you doing? Set the scene for me.
Well, Fran seems to have the knowledge of how to hide hostages in the woods, so I'll let her do it.
It's not Fran. I'm in character.
I believe that statement.
See, I was still adamant we should have chucked them in the boot, but hey ho.
So as you're ranting about that, you kind of taking them out of the car and putting them down where?
The boot.
You're putting them in the boot?
Yeah. We're sitting, well, sort of, I pop open the lid of the hood and sit them sort of on the edge of the hood so that the
Fran, we've lost you.
No.
I'm going to try it with it. I'm going to switch your video off for a second, but try describing it and I'll pop your video on in a wee moment.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with the internet tonight. Right, so can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Good. So we pop open the boot and sit the teenagers sort of on the rip off the boot so that they are propped up by the hood.
Okay,
Of the boot.
cool. So the kind of lid of the boot's kind of holding them in place in that. Cool.
Yeah.
Can you try and pop your video back on? So they're kind of sitting there. They're unconscious for the moment, and I'll give you another few wee...
Sorry, I cannot start the video because you've stopped
Right,
it.
it's all right. Let's just continue the now with what do you want to do to them? Do you have a plan?
Quickly, should I take...
Interrogate them.
Should I take the rod off them so we can threaten them with it, or leave them bound?
No, leave them
bound
just
might be a
now.
good idea. I mean, maybe if you point your gun at them, that might, put the fear of God in.
That's true, I.
Because as you can remember, you are carrying a sniper rifle.
Yep. Which everyone else
You shot
uses
one of them
hockey
with a
sticks.
sniper rifle.
Yeah, you did.
Yep.
The rubber bullet's still sticking out his head.
Yep. I'll just threaten them with that.
I'm shocked that you never actually killed him. It was that close. Okay, so they kind of...
Just to clarify, right, a sniper rifle is all I have. I don't have any other gun, so...
So they're still out, very cold. It's quite clear that they're not going to just wake up.
Ooh, I want to search them.
Right,
Maybe the
can
other
I
one has a
use my
phone too.
martial arts to
Sorry, Melly, what did you say?
I want to search them. Maybe the other one has a phone too.
Cool. Give it a roll.
How about gets her hands dirty? Because I don't care about personal intimacy. I will search these bitches.
You didn't quite have to phrase it like that, but okay, give it a roll. Jeez. I got really creepy really fast. Really fast.
Story of
It's
Frad's
all in
life.
character. It's all in character.
Melly's creepy.
Oh.
She takes
I know.
after.
I still
after her boss.
I still have no idea what any of Millie's magic powers are. I just know she's a kind of creepy museum worker.
Kind of, yeah.
That's
So
what
we've
I'm
all
saying.
gathered that for the...
Sorry,
I don't care
clarification.
about
A
intimacy
museum
statement.
worker.
So
Curator.
What-
The
what's
word is
happening?
Curator. It's a 7.
7. So you start searching. Yes, they've got a phone. Sadly, once again, it is a locked phone. They also have in their pocket a wallet, which has a provisional driver's license in it that tells you that the name is Peter Pearson.
Peterson.
Peter Pearson.
Yeah, I was going to say his
Peter
name's Pierre,
Pearson.
but then I panicked. And so that's
Could have been
stupid.
Pierre Peterson.
Exactly, but hey ho.
That's his cousin.
What?
Peter Pearson.
Yes,
No,
Pearson.
Peter Peterson.
No, it's Peter Pearson.
Nah. No except no.
Right.
Peter Pearson.
So, the names is something I need to work on. We know this. I've learnt a lesson here tonight. I should have learnt last
Do
week.
the trick.
Right,
The trick I do, I make a list of names and then stick them on
David
people as it
Davidson.
comes.
we're off topic anyway. So you find that information. So, anything else? that you
So
wanted
then
to-
Nels no wallet, or is it just a driver's license?
I mean, there's some money in it. Couple
Can
of
I take
bucks.
your money with it?
Yeah. You
Cool,
just
thanks.
watch as as you kind of are looking at his provisional, gently holding the wallet to the side. Beth just snatches it, takes the money, and then kind of just chucks it back at the person in the boot, pocketing the money. That's you. You've now got $20.
Yes. I could get a taxi for that, but thankfully I know Steve, the taxi driver, so I can just phone.
And you also have a car right now. So
Exactly. But if I need
Where's
to make a quick
keys?
a not so quick getaway for these two,
so
taxi
while
might be the answer.
so they're still unconscious, and it's clear from your kind of rummaging that they don't seem to just be. It'll take a bit of doing to wake them.
Can I take a look at their upper arms? Because that's where the mark would be from the injection thing.
Yeah. From the blood tests. So, neither of them really seem to have any kind of lasting marks from it. But yeah, it's kind of.
Can I check the book for their name?
You can. So this book is Victor Chang's book
Yep.
that you're checking. You have a flick through and Pierre Pearson.
Peter Pearson.
Peter.
Whatever. You find his book and you can see, yes, this person has both had the test, has the correct type, and has been through initiation.
Right, okay. So now how do we wake them up?
Who's the other person?
You don't really have any
Like what
idea.
what kind of person is it?
They both kind of look similar in age. Both about 17, 18 sort of age group. Both young boys, but I mean, the way they're dressed is pretty bland. They don't really look that and stand out-ish at the moment. Nothing really identifying about their character.
And the other one doesn't have a wallet?
No.
No. Right, okay.
And you lobbed his phone. And
We
So-
try the other one's birthday on his phone.
No. Right, how about we try and wake him up? That seems like a good plan. Who's going to do that?
Well, the only thing I have is martial arts and marksmanship, and we all know how my bullet went down to the face the last time, so...
Can I just slap one of them in the face? I'll go for Peter Pearson.
go for it. Give me.
And could I say that I'm being
What kind
a
of
problem
slap?
solver because I'm solving the problem of him being asleep?
Yes.
Smashing. Just go in front of him and give him a big old smack across the chops.
Oh, big slap.
Yeah, backhand. That's 8 total.
As you, this is the one that doesn't have the bullet in his head. Pierre, no, Peter.
Peter.
Alright.
You slap him so hard that he ends up hitting his head off the other guy, who then bumps his head, pushing the bullet slightly deeper into his noggin.
Right, can I just
But-
take the bullet out?
Peter seems to be awake. Huh? What? What's going on? Why is my face so... What is this? And he notices the rebarb in him. He's like, who's he?
Okay, so something seems... I'm turning around to the party, just ignoring Peter.
Who's panicking in the background.
So he seems to not remember stuff. Do we want to maybe pry and see if that helps?
Well, I can interrogate, but I'd like to take the bullet out the other one's head before he dies. For a rubber bullet. Because that seems to be the way this is going.
Yeah, your interrogate seems like that might be the best skill for the job. So I will let you remove the bullet to your stuff.
Right, okay. I'd like to remove the bullet, please,
Oh,
and
what-
then go and interrogate
What power tags are you
Pierre
going
or
to use?
Peter. For interrogating him?
No, for taking the bullet out, because I'm not just going to let you take a bullet out of someone's head without a roll. Come on.
I'm going to use alert.
Alert. Okay, I can
Right.
see why.
Mhm.
It's like operation.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, right. I'm going to use
Jonas,
alert,
I can try it.
and
if
I'm
you
going
like.
to use
What are you going to use?
what?
What are you going to use?
Doesn't breathe.
Explain.
Accuracy, fam.
Nah, I don't think it doesn't really. If you can explain that a bit further, what you mean by accuracy in the context of removing a bullet, then I'll give it to you.
Well,
Why not breathing helps?
when you're breathing, you're moving. So if you move slightly and this thing's stuck
Okay,
and it moves,
so it's
you
like
might die.
it's holding your breath to steady your hand. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Cool. I'll allow it then. I'll allow it.
Yeah, okay. Oh no, one's on the sheet. Hold on. 12.
Okay, that's a very impressive roll. So you just kind of casually saunter over to the two unconscious guys, the two guys sitting in the back. Peter's still panicking. He's like, "Don't hurt me! Don't hurt me!" And you're just ignoring him, and you're dealing with the guy who you shot in the head last week with a rubber bullet. As you reach over and you just go, and you just straight out clean, and not even a wee scoot of blood or anything. Totally fine. It seems like the damage is it'll be superficial, maybe leave a bit of a scar, but he'll live and he'll be okay.
It'll make him look cool. Right,
It'll look like a weird person in an awkward spot.
Yeah. Can I interrogate the other one now, please?
Yeah. Oh my god, what was that? Did you stab him in the head there? What was that?
Don't you mind. You just don't concern yourself, or it will happen to you. Right, so here's the crack. What's his name? Peter.
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 Peter Pierce.
You know him as Peter. Just go with Peter. Simple.
Peter. Right. Okay. Right. Peter, we need to know if you remember being at the junkyard, and I want to use my interrogation here, please.
Okay. Go for it. Roll.
I'm rolling.
Oh no, it's just you asked and then I thought you were waiting.
Right. Okay. I got 6 and a 4, so 10, and then 11.
11. Okay. So straight away, you kind of as soon as you kind of go, it doesn't concern you, and like kind of get a bit threatening, he wets himself. Just a puddle of water drips off the back of the thing, and
ruined John's car.
And then you mention about the junkyard, and he's like, the Forsaken place. What about it? What about it? The Forsaken
you
junkyard.
You need to tell me what you know about this junkyard.
Like what?
Everything you know. Everything.
I mean, all I know about it is the infection club used to meet there for their like initiation thing, and then they moved it.
Right.
That's it. That's all I know.
They moved it. They moved it where?
They moved it to the. Oh, just don't hurt me, alright? If I tell you, you promise you won't hurt me.
Where did they move it to? Right, fine. Where did they move it to?
They moved it to, and then he kind of. He kind of gives you an address, which I don't have the exact address, so I'm not going to make up something on the spot. But he kind of describes it's kind of down a street from a kind of suburby area, close to the school, where there's a derelict house that's been abandoned.
Right.
And he kind of points you in that direction. So it's just in that building on that street. So
right, okay. Can I show him his name in the book, please, and question him about that?
I don't understand. What's this?
It says your name here, and this is the Infection Club reader book.
Victor?
Why is your name in here?
Victor?
Victor, what was his name?
The guy you've met and that you got that book from was from Vector. It was from Victor. I've now said it wrong because Victor.
Yeah, no, because Victor was getting phone calls from Vector. But then Victor called Vector.
You don't know who Vector is. That's the.
We don't know who Vector is, but we know that Victor and Vector
Victor called Vector back twice.
Boom.
That's why I'm like.
Yep. So. Yeah. I don't really know him. Like. I mean, what's the talk about blood type? The initiation, I know about that, but the blood type thing, like.
Right, tell me about your initiation then. What was your initiation?
Well, we went to the abandoned. He's kind of. He seems to be flustered and kind of losing his breath a wee bit. He seems to be panicking now, and a bit like losing focus.
Right. Who else can deal with that? Because
we're both sipping. Friendly, go first.
Can I go up to him and sort of go
bend down to
crouch
look
down
up
next to him?
Yep.
Yeah, go down to his level. Put my hand on his shoulder, look him straight in the eye, and try to calm him down and focus him.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to use anticipate needs and persuasive.
Cool. I see both of those. They both work.
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah. So I look at him and I say, listen, Peter, you're doing very valuable work here. If you help us, everything will be all right. We saved you. You're safe now. Nothing can hurt you now. Just tell us what you know and everything will be all right. And you'll be home safe. No worries.
Okay.
Oh, I should probably roll.
Yes.
Shouldn't I?
Yes. I thought you did. Sorry. I thought you told me. I don't know why.
11.
I mean, that feels appropriate for how convincing and supportive that was. Yeah. Okay. So, initiation. We met at the house.
What house? The derelict house?
Yeah, we met at the house.
Yeah.
We sat in a circle with some of the members that were already in the club. And then we were asked to share details. Just at first it started simple, like your favourite colour and all that stupid stuff, and it sounded kind of fun, kind of like, this is a stupid kind of party game. But then it started getting serious when they were like, they were asking details about like my family history, when I was my exact date of birth, whose birthdays I knew, who my closest friends were, what I knew about them, who my closest relationships were with, so on and so forth. Like they just, yeah. They were asking like, what's your mum's favourite colour? What's your dad's occupation? It became more like a weird job interview, you know.
Like the name of your first pet, your mother's maiden name, and the street you grew up on?
Yeah, everything. So.
Just out of curiosity, what were they?
Don't quiz the boy on that.
He just looks at you confused.
I like confusing people.
Yeah, so he doesn't seem to really register or understand your question.
Right, I think you should ask him about the wee lassie. You know more about her.
He can hear you say that, you suggesting that, and he's like, what lassie? Who?
Emily Craig.
As in the one in the year above me?
Yeah, about this tall.
Well, what about her?
Sort of light, darkish hair.
What about her?
Was she there too?
No. I went last week. Yeah, it was just. I was the only new face there last week.
Okay.
Just quickly, what about your pal here that you're tied to? Sorry about that.
I've never seen him in my life. I don't know who he is. I don't recognise him.
Was he there at your initiation, or is he different?
No, I don't know him. I don't know him.
Why were you in the junkyard tonight?
I wasn't in the junkyard. I was at school, and then. What are you talking about?
What's the last thing you remember before this?
I was eating lunch, and then I woke up here.
What did you have for lunch?
A sandwich with some crisps, a bottle a bottle of on-brand Pepsi Max. No, I'm kidding. But he describes kind of what he had for lunch. It's nothing exactly exciting that he describes. It's just kind of like,
Who are you eating with?
and then he lists a bunch of friends.
Yeah, okay.
Any names we recognise from the book?
No.
Lewis asking David. No. Okay. So, can I pull the other two aside? 1 second, pal. And they go, so. My working theory here is that some kind of mind control is involved because they specifically aren't remembering, and that seems like that might be what's affecting Emily here.
I look at you like, no shit.
Just thought I'd clarify that we're all at the same page here. I've made on my notes a big square box that has memory stuff around it. Yeah, just making sure we're all at the same page on that. So now we need to figure out how we can get more information on that, and then also how to make sure this guy doesn't call the police on us, because none of us are hiding our faces. And we've kidnapped him. That's a thing we've done. That is a thing that's happened. Also, she looks like a corpse. So, like, pointing at Beth. So, like,
He's just kind of shuffling about, uncomfortable in the boot of the car. Like, a bit of chafing seems to be starting from the urine that he's sitting in. So, just thought I'd share that.
Did any of the urine get on the case files?
No, they are case files. It's the divorce papers. Not really. It's more off. The way you've sat him is most of it kind of ran off the hood of the boot of the car, sort of thing.
That's right. Then.
Yeah. Okay, good. Whew. I turn back around to him. So, Peter, do you know about the next initiation meeting at the Weird House?
Yeah, it's...
When would that be?
Opening I'm being crafty. I'm opening a calendar so that everyone can see it. Right, let's see. Let's say he then hits out with it would be next Wednesday, the 11th of March, which you know to be almost a month ago.
Ah, so he's a month out of date.
Yeah, so, like...
Gil will look actively confused for a minute because he almost forgot what day it was. A thing I do often.
Well, at the moment it's April, like in-game and in real life, so... He's still like,
Yeah, no, I would sit for a second to go.
I pull out my phone, pull up the front page, the digital copy of the front page of the City Times, shove it in his face and go, hate to be the bearer of bad news, but...
What? How?
Ooh.
It's... No.
So...
How is that possible?
1 second, pal. So it was about a month ago that Emily started acting weird, right? Or was that 2 months ago?
What else happened the day you had lunch with your friends and then were just gone?
I mean, normal day, went to school, did the usual, that's it.
Was that after your initiation?
Yeah. I mean...
Okay. How close after?
Well, when I was having lunch this afternoon, it's been about a week, 6-7 days.
Okay. When did you get your results from the blood test?
About 2 weeks before the Infection Club spoke to me. Why? Is that my blood test? So you talk about the one that Global Genetics did for the immunisation
The very
stuff?
same.
Yeah.
The very same.
What did they tell him? What did they tell you?
What did who tell me? They just said that I was okay to
The
get
blood test results?
They just told me that I was O negative and that I was safe to get the injections for.
After O negative.
For what exactly?
Well, I explained. So what was explained last time was that Global Genetics tested all the students to kind of test to see if they were okay to receive their immunization stuff, like to the flu and all that. So it's common injections.
Vaccines.
That's the word. I forgot the word.
Try to give them autism. That's the plan.
Oh God.
Jokes.
Oh no. I'm
just
bleeping
checking
that
again. It's an O negative.
You don't believe? I don't know if that's better.
Just
Anyway.
censored.
Anyway.
Hang in there,
Is
baby.
it O negative the universal donor? Is that me thinking it the wrong way around?
Either Reese's negative.
Because he said he's negative, and then we also know that everyone in the club has the same blood types. I'm trying to think if that could be important to something.
It wouldn't be the blood types, because the guy says you were either positive or you weren't, and so it will be Reese's, which is the negative/positive bit.
True.
I'm just going to tell you, my knowledge of blood is not that comprehensive, Gemma. If that makes any difference.
That's reassuring.
It's reassuring in some ways.
That it will be simpler than what you're looking at.
Yeah, but see, one of my weakness tags is lost in details, so I'm playing my character this whole time.
Moving on.
I'm just too eager, so...
Moving on. What are we doing?
So are we gonna I'll again just turn my back on him. So are we gonna send them away, or
should we not ask him if he knows what injections he was getting?
Very distraught. At least he doesn't know our names.
He's also a month out of date. Hey, Beth, could you give a call to your pal Jimmy to see if there's any reports of any Peter Pearsons maybe missing?
Right, okay. I'm going to walk away and phone Jimmy.
Yeah. As you walk away, you see that you've got that voicemail message from John Johnson that I described earlier. But you kind of, I'm assuming, ignore that and phone Jimmy.
Aye.
Bring. Hello, it's I feel like it's Jimmy here. How can I help?
Right, Jimmy, shut up. Right, listen.
I feel like it's been years since I spoke to you. I know it was only a few years ago. I feel so good to hear from you. How are you?
Jimmy, I swear to God. Look, listen.
I mean, I feel there's no need for blasphemy here, okay? I feel like we should just... Oh, sorry, I'm doing it again. I'm talking about how I feel, and I feel like it's important to do it, but I always feel like I overshare. I feel like that's quite upsetting that you would phone me and then you would want Detective
I'm going
Andy.
to grass you in, Jimmy.
Please don't.
Jimmy,
I'm the only one here. I'm the only one here, okay? Detective Andy's working.
Listen.
What do you want?
Right, listen. I need you to check if there's been any reports of Peter Pearson either going missing or something wrong happening.
Peter. How do you spell Pearson? I feel like it's a difficult name to spell. I feel like you should read it out to me.
Can I just spell it out for the driver's license?
Yep, and you hear him just slamming keys one letter at a time really loudly. Okay.
I like to think
and then he's like, I feel like it's time to hit the search button. Boop. Up, it's doing the wee loading symbol. I feel like this could take a wee moment, but no, never mind. I feel like that was really quick compared to usual. Oh, sorry, I'm still talking about how I feel. Oh, silly me. So, what was the name again? Peter Pearson. So, looking at this, there was a search for him on the database a few weeks ago. But it says here that no formal case was open because he only disappeared for roughly 14 to 16 hours, something like that. They couldn't place him. So yeah, they didn't actually open an investigation.
Right, okay. Right,
does that
fine,
help?
right. Thanks, Jimmy.
I feel like I can help you some more if you want. I feel like I could.
Right, is the blood test came back?
The blood test. Oh, blood test. Right. Yes, blood test. This was the blood test for Victor Chang after he bashed his head in the wall. So, blood test results come back as Victor Chang, who we have noted here is in the hospital with a severe head wound. Not deadly, but pretty severe. No lasting damage, but his family are concerned. And I feel like that's something worth noting. His blood type is AB positive, and there's nothing else that seems to have really registered on the system. So I feel like maybe that's going to help you out a lot. Yeah? No?
Right, okay.
I feel like...
Right, that's fine. Right, bye, Jimmy.
Oh, no, I feel like it's... Oh.
So if anyone would like to send in their Jimmy fan art, I would appreciate it a lot.
Hashtag Jimmy. Every campaign now is going to have I feel.
Thank you. Thanks, Jimmy. Bye.
You hang up on him as he's in the middle of saying I feel.
Aye, I'm just going to hang up on him. That was the plan all along. Right. While I'm walking back out, I'm going to delete this don't gobble my car message and go back and tell them what I found out.
Cool. So yous are now up to date on that, and I'm assuming you do it far enough so that Peter himself doesn't really hear this information.
Well, we're a bit away from the car, is my understanding.
Yeah.
So he was away for 14 hours. When was that? Sorry, like a week ago or like a month ago?
A month ago. So it was roughly
around the 11th of March.
A week before that.
Yeah.
A week before that. Which a week before that would have been initiation, right?
No, the next initiation you were asking, he told you when that was, which was roughly a week.
Like because he said Peter said his initiation was about a week before the day he thinks it is.
Yeah.
So he would have gone.
That's the wrong month.
Missing. Yeah. About the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, so after his initiation, he went missing for 14 hours, then seemed to resume normal life, but has had no knowledge of what he's been doing after that week. Should we ask Peter about him disappearing for 14 hours and see if he knows anything?
Right, okay. How would we go about asking that, though? You were missing for 14 hours. Do you remember anything?
We could say, like, sort of around the day of your initiation, were you, like, away from your home for sort of any substantial length of time? Right,
okay. I'm going to go and ask Peter this. Was he away for a substantial amount of time on his initiation day and or the day before or after?
No, not that I know of. I don't remember.
Not that he knows of.
Is it true that that whole month has went by? I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I pat him on the shoulder, but don't worry, nothing important has happened in the world in the month of March.
2020.
Coronavirus.
See, we were trying not to say it. Anyway, moving on.
Video's going to get demonetized. Good job.
Moving on.
So, hold on a second, Peter. I turn around to the other two guys and we take a few steps to the side. So I'm thinking, we're obviously going to go to that abandoned house, right? And this boy seems fairly harmless, but he could be an asset. I think we should drive him home.
Yeah,
One,
I think
we should phone Steve, the taxi driver, and get him to take him home. And I think we should check John's case files. Because if he was missing for 14 hours and nobody could make a formal thing for the police, then it would have been gave to John.
might have been given to John. Yeah, worth a shot.
But I'm going to need this teenager to be moved, please.
Right, I will walk over to the two and I'll just like get them standing.
Cool.
And then sort of shimmy them off towards a tree and then stand next to them.
Towards a tree.
Cool. That happens.
Have them like rest up against a tree.
Cool. Done.
Right. I'd like to search the divorce papers, please.
Cool. So you look through his case files. Give me a roll. Let's see if you find anything of interest.
Right. I'm going to use alert here.
Mm-hmm.
13.
Cool. So you start searching through the files, and I mean, you don't really seem to find too much on any other cases related to this, but you do come across a brief file of Peter, and it kind of says to get round to, and then like it says that on the front, but then like as soon as you open it, it says returned home safe, no need to investigate, on a wee post-it note inside. So it seems like it was passed to him, but he was in the middle of another case possibly before he could actually really look into it.
Damn you, John Johnson.
Is there
Right,
any
okay, there's no
data
divorce papers.
about the disappearance? Any dates, any times or locations, anything?
Well, I mean, so everything kind of, if you look through the file, you kind of see that yes, he was there and he was visible, and people seen him. He seemed to go he kind of vanished around about the 12th of March for 14 hours. Just didn't appear at school. Didn't really. He just got up in the middle of the night, it seems like, and left the house. Disappeared until late that evening, when he returned home. And then from then, yeah, he was about and he was seen.
Okay.
And he seemed, yeah.
Okay.
Right, so we phone Steve and take him home.
Yeah. What's Peter's address?
He gives
Say
it to
on
you.
his provisional.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to
Okay, so while
and
you
ask him
phone
to take this
Steve,
guy home.
Okay, both of you keep talking at the same time. Start with Millie.
sorry. While you phone Steve, I want to go up to Peter and say, listen, we mean you no harm whatsoever. We want to solve all of this. So we're going to take you home. But we might call on you there and talk to your parents at some point.
Okay. I'm not in trouble. Am I? I've not done anything wrong, have I?
No, you're not in trouble, Peter. You're perfectly fine. We need you to keep this whole thing to yourself.
Okay.
Yes?
Okay.
Good. We're going to call you a cab, and our good friend Steve is going to take you home, where you'll be completely safe.
You keep saying Steve. It's actually Stevie. Just a wee correction, but
Sorry,
because
Stevie.
You changed that. It was
No,
Steve
I don't.
originally.
It was Stevie, and then we met Steve, and we met Stephen. Steve was the character that
Who was the fuck, Steve?
that was who Paul dealt with. You were with Stevie. Anyway, point is,
Stevie
phone him,
then
right? You
Stevie.
phone him. You phoned him. Are you wanting to play out that conversation, or are you just happy to say it's just happened?
No, we're just happy to say it's just
Cool.
happening.
So it says he'll be about 40 minutes because you're so far out. But anything for you, Beth. So
I go to the front of the car and look through the glove compartment for any kinds of chocolates or treats I could give Peter.
none. There's
You know,
maybe
look for a
you maybe find a stale like old Chinese takeaway that's sitting in the glove compartment that's kind of got a wee bit of mold.
Fantastic, Ian, that. We look for trousers since John seems to have everything in here.
No, I mean, all that's really in there is files. That's it. It was files. He's no that kind of handy guy. So.
I mean, by the sounds of things, he lives in his car. So.
In that case, I just want to start looking through the files, just read some of them to pass the time.
Okay, roll me an investigate.
Cool. How about gets her hands dirty and photographic memory?
Cool.
Because I'm basically invading his privacy.
Yeah, go for it.
Useful contacts as well, maybe?
Sure, I'll allow that. I could see that working.
Cool. That is a 12.
So you're looking through the files. There's none really related to the case, but you're starting to get an idea for John that he's quite a do-gooder and he does what he can to help the communities. You get the feeling that maybe him and Gil would get along quite well.
Mm-hmm.
But then you come across a folder labelled B. Graves. And inside it, there's just
I don't tell anyone, I just open it.
Yeah, when you open it inside it, rather than there be like a normal picture, it's just a kind of like silhouette with a question mark. And there's a lot of reference to a person being found near the waterworks. And they're in reference to global genetics and some sort of experiments possibly. And a list of pretty much all the technology that you can see that Beth is carrying right now. The sniper rifle, some force field tech, and some other bits and bobs. And you see that there's been the recent addition in the past 24 hours since you have started this case of him circling global genetics, taking the pen to the side and writing Helix. Oh, sorry, I meant it says Helix Labs in the form, and then he circled Helix Labs and put global genetics because he's discovered that they're connected last time. So he's kind of marked that on this sheet. The one thing that it does mention is powers. There's a bit that says powers. And it says undead ? And that's kind of all you've got.
Okay.
And as you've done that, as you've invaded everyone's privacy, I think this might be a good point to take our first little break. I
want to do one thing quickly. Can I check on our other unconscious teen?
Yeah. What do you want to do?
Still unconscious?
Yeah.
Showing any signs of stirring?
He seems alive. It doesn't seem like he's going to wake up anytime soon.
That's good enough right now.
So
he's alive. That's good enough for me.
Anybody else want to do anything while you're in the woods?
I mean, I just put that file back. No comment.
Cool.
Take the next.
I mean, we all already knew that.
Right. In that case, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick 5-minute break at that point where you've discovered some more information about the case, you've opened up this file and discovered some stuff about Beth, and we'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. See you then. You timed that perfectly with the push down of us going live again. So, hello everybody, this is back. Cool. So
Never joined in, David.
we're back. Right, all of us in the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Come on. Oh, okay. Right. Anyway, moving on. So, Stevie, the cabbie, has just picked up the 2 boys. He's going to drop one off back at home. Peter, who's been talking to you, and then the other one he's going to drop off at the police station in case they have a way of getting him back home. You've mentioned expressly take him to Jimmy, who will make sure he gets home safe. Maybe give him a bit of an earful about how he feels, but he'll get him home safe.
Can I just text Jimmy to tell him this is happening?
Yeah.
Cool.
And I'm assuming on that text it also says, please, for the love of God, do not phone me. Do not phone me.
Yes, it does.
And then
please don't phone me. Please don't tell Detective Andy. Cool. Good chat. Bye.
You instantly get a text message back that says, I feel upset that you don't want to hear from me, but I also feel like I understand your point of view.
And I just text him back saying, I feel like you misread the situation, Jimmy, and I'm just really quite busy.
I feel like that's acceptable, but I also feel that text messaging is a long form of communication that doesn't need an instant response. So that's why I text. So I feel like you could maybe be aware of that yourself and respond at appropriate times. And I feel like you shouldn't put that on me. And I also feel really sorry for how aggressive this text message is coming across. And I feel really bad about how long it is. But I feel like it's important that I shared my thoughts on that.
Okay, cool. I feel like we're on the same page, Jimmy.
You're getting lost in details.
Yep, so this whole text message conversation happens. And what ends
just
up...
as we're loading them into the car.
Yeah, so this is all kind of happened, and we'll speed it along and say that you're already driving to where you want to go. You have decided during the break there that you're going to go to the derelict house, correct?
Yeah.
So he's kind of driving there. Do you want to do anything before that? Before you go straight to the house, or are you going straight there?
I think we'll be all right.
Okay, you go straight to the house. Famous last words. I think we'll be all right. Just saying.
It'll be
At least
fine.
we didn't split the. Hold on.
You're in the car and you're driving to the house together before you try and split the party. It's too late. The taxi driver's gone. So yeah, you eventually get. So yeah, you find yourself passing past. Ugh. You find yourself passing Harrington High, where you were the other day, kind of doing some of your investigation, and then about another 15-20 minutes drive from there, you pull up on the street and you can see quite clearly this abandoned derelict house that Peter had described to you. Just as you pull up outside of it,
Wait, whose phone is it?
It's not mine. Mine's is in mute.
that was a mistake on my
Panic.
part. That's what I meant.
Right, I'm going to answer it. Hello.
I forgot it was on silent. Sorry. So your phone goes. So it's John. Beth, you all right? How you guys getting on?
Happening, John.
The boys safe.
Happening. Sup?
The boys
Aye.
safe. Aye. Did they wake
Aye.
up? Did they tell you anything?
Aye, one of them did. We're at a derelict house just now.
Right. Just watch yourself. All right. Also, I've been watching the docs.
Right.
I've just seen Stainslow and a bunch of his goons they opened up a container and just kind of loaded a bunch of people into the back of a truck. Like about 30, 40 different people. I don't know why. 2 teenagers showed up. They shook hands and then they bolted. So I never really found out what was happening. I don't know if that's any use to you guys, but I'm following the truck the now to see where they're taking it. I'll keep you in the loop.
Right, okay. Right, bye, John.
Right, bye.
Right. I'm going to tell them what's happened.
How many
Right,
people
cool, we're all
were
involved.
we how many people were in the list of the book for the Infection Club? Because I know it was like around 30.
Yeah, around 30, but yeah, around 30.
I don't think this is here. I think we've just been sent here on a wild goose chase.
Wild Goose Chase.
We're gonna find that out now.
Wild Goose Chase. Terrible pun. Yep, you go find that out now. So, do you get out of the car?
No, staying in the car.
Yeah.
So you have arrived
Drive
out.
through.
No, I mean you have arrived outside the house, right? So what do you want to do now?
Go
I don't
around the
think
house
anything's
and
here.
see if there's a way in.
Okay. I mean the front door looks to be open. It looks fairly easy to get in. So as you kind of make your way around the back, it's kind of got like a wee garden. It's maybe a 3-story house. It's really tall, but that's partly because it's a really old design. So as you kind of make your way around the back, are you doing it stealthily? How are you doing it? Are you approaching stealthily?
Nah.
Nah, just casual. Cool. So you kind of
I
walk
mean,
round.
I'm not banging pots and pans together.
No,
but
yeah.
just-
I'm just more trying to work out if I needed to get you rolled. That was it. So you walk around the back, and you can see that the door is kind of like half off its hinge. So yeah, could totally go in the back door or the front door. So
Is there any signs of movement from within the building?
give me an investigation.
Cool. I don't know if I have any tags that are particularly good for that, apart from maybe cautious.
Yep, I'll let you use that.
Cool. That's great. With possible, that's 12 total. I'm rolling really good tonight.
Same.
On the first floor, you notice that a tiny bit of movement, like maybe there's 1 or 2 people in there. Top floor seems to have like a whole bundle of movement.
Okay.
Quite a lot of people moving about in there. Are you still at the car, or did you follow Millie?
I'm assuming we've all got out together.
Oh. Okay, so as you get out of the car, you just start going for it. Beth just stays in the car watching you as you walk away from her, oblivious
Let's
to what's
just burn
going
it
on.
down.
How about we don't burn things? There is people in there.
No,
Who
no,
are
I'm legal. Let's go in.
okay? I'll sort of walk around to like one of the sides of the house, and then there's like a flash of light that I have Nimrod.
Okay. So are you are both kind of around the back garden sort of area? Cool. You can go in. Beth, are you staying in the car?
I'll go outside the car, but at the car.
Cool. So you just kind of are waiting, leaning against it, like bored, having your text argument with Jimmy.
Yeah.
Kind of, he's talking about how he feels constantly, and you're just like, I don't care, kind of conversation.
I feel like I don't care.
Yeah, while you are doing that, I'll continue with these guys. Just jump in when you're ready. So you head into the first floor. Through the back door is kind of like a kind of kitchen area, not being used in a long time. However, there is what looks like a new. Oh, somebody's feeding back there. There is what looks like a new.
Is somebody's phone gone?
Yeah, somebody's thing is reverbing.
Looks like it's Fran because it's going to be yellow. But it's,
You might need to put your volume down again.
It's on its way.
So,
oh no, how dare you?
So, continuing on.
Jokes.
The only thing that's new in this kitchen is what looks to be some sort of like little gas campfire thing for cooking food on, like a gas hob that's sitting on a wooden table with a wee bit of, like a wee gas canister next to it, and so like a pan on it. It's not on or anything, but it's there. Yeah, where do you want to go from the kitchen? So there's two kind of.
Any moving people? Any like?
Not in this.
Can we
floor.
hear any sounds of movement?
So through the kind of smell of damp and listening about, you can kind of hear the creaks of the floorboards above you as people are moving about. and it's quite clear that you are not alone in this house. There is definitely people in this building.
I shall look at Billy.
If you're trying to get my attention, you'll need to speak because I'm not. The screen's too big for me to see you, Beth.
No, I said I'll.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
On you go, Gil. You first, and then we'll jump back.
I just said I'll look at Billy and go.
Cool. And then Beth. Well, they're pulling faces.
Yeah.
Would you?
Okay, can I look through my scope with my sniper rifle and see what's there?
I'm going to say at the moment, because you're still not really interested, nothing's really done anything to draw your attention. I don't think.
Right, okay.
Like, you're still kind of.
Can I remain alert to the situation?
Not at the moment, because you said that you don't really give a damn and you're sitting bored on your phone now. So I think you would still be texting away. At this moment,
Right,
they've been away less than 40 seconds, so it's not too long.
Okay.
So, yeah, but I mean, you can maybe be like starting to be alert. We'll say that you're kind of like, not quite here yet.
Yes.
We'll see what's going on. So, jumping back inside. What's happening? Are you going up the way? Yeah, heading towards the stairs. Okay.
Yeah, heading up.
So,
Well, let's not mime everything out. Maybe communicate for the purposes of the audience.
exactly. Use words.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
both of you roll stealth, please.
Cool. I'll just use cautious because that's the one we've established is good for stealth.
I would like to use Not Afraid of Danger and Dexterity.
Not afraid of danger. Yep, dexterity makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm not nervous going upstairs, so I don't trip over something or slip on a banana peel.
So what did you get when you rolled?
13.
Booyah! And Gil? 8. Suddenly in front of you, it's just like Millie just seems to glide smoothly across the floor without making a single creak or noise. Just like it's madness, but she's like a ninja. Fwah, straight to the base of the stairs, kind of halfway up them, totally safe. You, Gil, are you're able to be kind of quiet on the ground floor, but as soon as you get to the stairs, you find that your build and your height and your weight kind of start causing a bit of creaking to happen. As bits kind of snap on the steps, because they're old and decrepit and really not well looked after. The good news is nobody seems really to have noticed movement still kind of happening the way it was. And what we'll say is, Melly, as you get to the top of the stairs, you notice two teenagers kind of seem to be writing on whiteboards. And you recognise one of them from the back, which is very clearly Emily. These two girls are writing on the whiteboards on different sides of the room. And at this point, I'm going to jump back out to Beth. Do you want to do anything? Because now it's kind of.
I'd like to look through the scope of my sniper rifle just to back up.
Okay, so
in case something happens,
you kind of just casually go into your bag, sniper rifle out, look up, kind of seeing what's going on, seeing if you can spot anything. To anybody on the street, what they see is just you looking down the length of a hockey stick, looking up.
Yep.
And what I'm going to get you to do is roll me a investigate check.
Right, okay, I got, what did I get? Let me count. 9, but I'm going to use stealth and alert, please.
Stealth and alert. I'm not going to allow, I don't think stealth is going to work because you're holding a hockey stick / sniper to your face.
I mean, I might.
But I'll allow alert.
Right, okay then, 10.
Yeah, I mean, you notice that there's people in this building. There's at least 2 on the first floor, and there's probably about 9 or 10 on the top floor.
And are they all writing in chalkboards?
You can't really see in the top floor because of the angle of where you're parked, but you just kind of see enough movement to know that there's a good number of people about that kind of estimate.
Right, okay. I can't text them because the phone will ring. So this involves some sneaking, which I don't really want to do.
I mean, anybody can do anything at this point. The 2 girls on the first floor are still writing on the whiteboards, and what you can kind of see what they're writing is, it just looks like it's almost like maths equations, and kind of working out a kind of some sort of logarithmic scale that seems to be going up exponentially. So,
right, okay.
So that's for the 2 that are actually in the house. That's mostly Millie that kind of notices that. Gil and Beth don't really see that at the moment.
I'm one of my power tags is good with numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Would I recognize anything about this? Like, do I know what this is for? Seems, yeah.
No, on you go. Say what you were going to say. It seems.
Because I mean, if it's something like I don't know maths. If it's something like a
logarithm. So it goes.
Yeah, like a logarithm.
So it kind of starts low and then just starts going up, and gets exponentially steeper until it's just a straight line up.
Is it something like an infection rate or something? Maybe.
What tag are you using?
Good with numbers.
Yeah, give us a roll. Good with numbers. I think you could probably use some of your curator stuff, your knowledge of history or something. I don't remember what your tags are, but
it's not a power tag that I have there. Knowledge of history. I don't have a
no. But I mean, I'm saying to you could probably use one of your curator tabs if there's one that you kind of see that's remotely. I'll allow it because your job involves a kind of understanding of these sort of things.
That would be either cunning or useful contacts. Maybe I know.
Let's say useful contacts. Yeah, there's a biology department and all that. So. Yeah, give me a roll.
The exhibition I'm doing is on the plague.
Cool. I'm going to give you an extra power tag for that. So there you go. You can roll 3.
Shit, that's still just a 6.
6. So maybe it's an infection rate. It's not really clear. You don't really know enough about the maths behind stuff like that, but it does seem to be something along those lines. That's about all you can really gather.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gil is going to decide that Millie is probably the best to handle that situation because he's just a guy with a big stick.
Does he say that, or does he just stop on the stairs?
He'll like stop behind Millie and like let her decide what to do, and he'll back her up.
Cool. Well, while Millie's deciding if Millie knows what she wants to do or Beth knows what they want to do, we'll jump to them.
So all I can see is... Sorry, you go first.
Beth, on you go.
I'm just waiting to see if any trouble hits up. That's all I'm there for. Back up.
Okay, cool. So we'll say as soon as stuff kicks up, you can jump in straight away. Millie, what would you like to do?
So all I can see is the room with these 2 girls, one of which is Emily writing stuff on the whiteboard.
Yeah, that's pretty much this whole floor is kind of, it almost looks like a living space, like a sort of living room, but everything's kind of been, it's just these 2 whiteboards, or 3 or 4 whiteboards sort of thing, and this kind of set up to work out stuff, but you don't really know what.
And it's just those 2?
Just those 2 that you can see on this floor.
Okay. Can I very quietly confer with Gil?
Yeah.
I mean, there's 2 of them. There's 2 of us. How about we sneak up, just capture them, take them outside?
Sure, we've already done like 2 kidnappings today, so like, what's the couple
See,
more?
what's a third? Yeah, like, what's a third? Besides, I know Emily, so it's not a kidnapping, it's going on an adventure.
The friend
Not quite how kidnapping works, but okay.
I love it. Anyway,
I will ready Nimrod.
cool.
Okay, so on the count of 3, we just want to grab the 2. I'm definitely grabbing Emily.
Let's do toe to toe. But what I'll do is I'll give you both advantage on it. So I'll give you both. Do you know what? Actually, let's do change the game. Change the game feels fair. That's a chance for you to do something without consequence, really. So let's do change the game. Because you have got the drop on this situation. So. Okay.
Right. So I want to sneak up to her and then sort of grab her around the waist to restrain her arms, and with the other hand I want to sort of put it on her mouth so she can't scream.
Okay.
Sounds so horrible. So I can just
drag her out with
I'd like to use strong as an ox, because that makes sense. I'll use Bendy on Nimrod for the classic wrap around the waist arm pin. I'll use commanding tone to tell them to be quiet. I'll use handy because this is a sort of a close combat situation, but then I'm also going to use one of my weaknesses,
right,
which is never works out right.
Oh, okay, so do all that.
Total of +3 +1 from the one you're giving us.
Cool. And then also in terms of your weakness, whatever theme that is, tick one of the
mark attention.
Yeah, attention. Okay, both of you give me a roll and give me the numbers.
Can I use literally everything on my?
You can use everything on the character sheet if you can justify it.
Yeah, cool. Because one of my types is Krav my ass because I'm training Krav Maga.
Right. So what's in that?
My power tags are will hit a bitch.
Yep.
Not afraid of danger.
Yep.
And dexterity.
Yep. All 3 can be used.
And my weakness tag is reckless. I want to use all 4 of them.
So you got
giving me a +2.
+2. I will allow it and tick the little aware tag.
Cool.
Give me your rolls and then give me your numbers.
Yeah. I got 3 on the dice plus it was 3 or was it +4?
I think it was +4 taking.
Because I used 4 tags -1.
So 3.
And then weren't we getting a +1?
Yes, +1 as well.
So +4 total.
Yeah.
So I would have a total of 7, which is mixed success.
Yep. And
I have a total of 8, which is also a mixed success. I rolled a 6 on the dice.
So he's both kind of 3, 2, 1, and because she's kind of count out and you kind of say go at the same time, they both turn round. So you don't quite get to. They spot you, but you've kind of grabbed them and shushed them, and it's kind of awkward because you're kind of facing them. So you've succeeded in capturing them, but they have seen you. You kind of see through the window something's going down, but you don't exactly see what, Beth. You just know.
Right, okay.
It looks like somebody's grabbed somebody. It's just kind of shadows. And yeah. There you go. You've got them.
Take them back to the car?
As soon as you get close to the stairs, what I'll say is, Beth, you notice that all the movement upstairs has stopped. Any kind of people moving about have just stopped in place. Yous are still taking them down. Right? So what yous doing?
Right, okay.
So the people inside, yous haven't noticed what yous doing.
Okay, so if I've got her like with the, I assume it's a she that I've.
Yeah, they're both women.
Cool. I'll just a bit uncomfortable with the whatever. I'll just pick her up and then start to walk down and out quietly as I can while holding someone.
Cool. Are you heading at the front door? Which would be at the bottom of the stairs, or are you heading round the back door?
I think go out the back the way we came might be a good idea. Maybe.
I'm going out the front because it's a shorter way.
As you get down the
Go out.
stairs, Gail, you go to turn to go out the back door, and then you just notice that she's went right out the front door. You're like, oh, for fuck. As soon as you see the front door open, Beth, you see the front door open straight away and can see them having grabbed these two. You notice, Beth, that the two that they're dragging out are not resisting in any way at all. But the two carrying them think that because obviously they're rushing to get them out, or haven't noticed yet.
Right, okay. So I'll open the car doors for them, just to, get them in.
Okay,
Whatever.
as you open the car, go to open the car doors, you kind of look up and you see standing at the window is a row of 4 teenagers just standing at the window, staring, watching. As yous all hear is the footsteps of about 6 people running down the stairs inside that building.
We're gonna need a bigger car.
Or just get in the car and drive.
Yeah, get in.
Yeah, get them in the car, I guess.
Okay, as soon as you kind of get them in the car, how are you getting them in the car?
I'll just throw them in the back seat.
Okay, as you throw them in the back seat, who are you throwing in first? The random girl or Emily?
I'll throw in the random girl and take Nimrod off of her as I do so.
Okay, so you throw her in first. As you throw in Emily, she just opens the door on the other side and steps out.
Can I shove them back in? Because I'm at that side, I assume.
Well, no, you're at the side that they're at because you opened the door. That's the only way you could have opened the door. Okay.
I'm going to jump out of the car and shut the door. Well, grab her, shut her back in, shut the door.
Well, if you're going to do that, we're going to need to go toe-to-toe, Gemma.
Toe-to-toe?
Yep.
Right, okay.
I have rolled.
I knew this was going to happen.
Okay, I got 10, and I'm going to use martial arts and alert for this situation.
Okay, so you got 12 in total with that added?
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Yes.
So she kind of goes to claw at your face, and you just kind of like do your kind of slap you in the face with her own hand sort of deal. Inflicting, we'll say, how many power tags did you use?
2.
2. So that's a tier 2 damage on Teen Girl 1. Equals T2. Right, so a reminder on damage is its statuses, and if it gets to 5 tiers or 6 tiers, 5 tiers they're unconscious, 6 tiers they are dead, or they went utterly insane or totally useless. So you've inflicted tier 2 on her by slapping her in the face with her own hand and then just kind of slamming her into the car as you open the door and push her back in.
Right.
At this point, the footsteps seem to stop as there's like a row of teenagers now outside, about 6 of them, just kind of standing at the door. And the ones up at the windows have kind of just started smashing the windows.
Do we have line of sight at the one at the front? Just real quick.
You see, what you see is 3, and then there's the way to the door is clear. You've got clear line of sight into the building at the moment.
Okay. Could I potentially throw Nimrod at one of them just because?
Go for it.
How long is Nimrod?
It's about 4 to 5 foot. I'm gonna like bend it so it's like straight together with a javelin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god!
I'm just gonna like chuck it through the window to try and spook them. Is my goal here.
Is this on the bottom floor or upstairs?
Bottom floor.
Cool. So just outside in the front garden. Cool.
Yeah, just kind of like huck it at them. Can I use home run, strong as an ox, and unbreakable?
Yep.
That's 12 on the dice, so 15 total.
Cool. So it kind of smashes the window and kind of scares the bejeepus out of most of them. But at that point, that's when a teenage girl, 17 maybe, kind of steps out into the doorway. She looks familiar. You can't quite place her at the moment. She looks familiar, and she just kind of... All the people in unison speak as she speaks, and she says, "Give them back." And they all kind of talk in their own voices. At that point, she is going to... So she is going to suddenly have the bodies, even the ones in the car, kind of... The two girls in the car just find themselves kind of sliding towards the car door, pushing against it. Not even moving, just like they're being sucked towards it and being squashed against it. So Emily's being pressed against this glass face into the glass that's now starting to crack. And all these teens around her, even the ones at the windows, just start falling out, hitting the ground, poof, and then sliding towards her. You can,
towards that one girl?
Towards the one girl, yeah. You can take a shot. You can try. Also, bear in mind that the door is now like you can hear the car door kind of a bit to give way as well. As these bodies start swarming together. If you're going to try and take a shot, give me a roll of the dice. I'm just going to keep describing until you tell me a number. So They start swarming together, like creating some sort of like meat blobby shield thing.
Right, I got 10, and I'm going to use marksmanship and alert, please.
So 12.
Yeah.
Cool, so that's 2 power tags. So that's... As you take the shot, you just quickly grab the sniper off the deck. As these meet, the people kind of slam together. Their bodies start entangling with each other, but there's still a bit of space in it that you just manage to get a bullet in that kind of skims her ear, and like blood kind of splatters on the back wall as suddenly she's surrounded in this pulsating mass of bodies. And the car window smashes. Emily's now kind of half sticking out with blood pouring down her face. A piece of glass just stuck in her face, just below her eye.
Can I reach under the car and produce Nimrod again? Because I could just have it whenever. And then try and use that to block them from escaping.
The two in the car?
Yeah, like try and push them back and then put that like across the window diagonally so they can't get pushed out.
Yeah, as you're doing that, it's just kind of like the car even starts to kind of rock slightly as they're being pulled towards it. And you're
okay. Can we not get in the car and try and drive away?
The other teen that is behind Emily has now started going over it, and both of them are kind of just pressing against like shards of glass and everything, and it's cutting them and it's doing damage to them, just so you're aware of that. Which I'm going to roll for now. Oh dear. Yep.
Right. They're getting pushed onto glass, right?
And they're Emily's also getting crushed by the other one, so Emily's taking a lot more damage.
I want to run towards the pile of people,
which is in like a big bubble around that girl that came out. Pulsating.
And I want to try literally punching my way through it to get to her, to the one in the middle.
Okay. So I need you to go toe to toe.
I will do that.
I'm just trying to check the... Yeah, just tell me what you get.
I want to use, again, all the power tags from the Krav Magas.
Mm-hmm. So
will hit a bitch, not afraid of danger, dexterity, so I try to, wriggle my way into the pile of bodies.
Mm-hmm.
And I also want to use gets her hands dirty, because they're fucking teenagers.
Yep.
And loyal, because I can see that Emily's hurt, and that's what's hurting Emily, that she's being dragged towards that girl.
Cool. And what did you get?
I got 9 plus 5, that's 14.
14. So you start punching your way kind of through. How many power tags did you use?
5.
5. Okay. So
Oh, yeah, 5.
as you start like punching your way through, you find that you punch one of them right in the nose, and you kind of feel the cartilage shoot up, and you don't really know if you've possibly done something unrepairable to this body, but it's left a kind of swinging space of where that body is as it plops out for you to just get in a little bit, and now you can kind of reach for the woman that's there. But before you do, she's going to take a swing at you using she just whips out a steel rod that she was carrying on her. But this big.
Stealing my gimmick.
I mean, it's literally on this impaled with steel rods from Derelict House, and she takes a swing at you. I'm going to let you do a roll for. Wait a second. I'm going to let you do a roll just now to do change the game if you want, or are you going to take, or are you going to take 4 damage here of impaled from her?
Okay, yeah. There's definitely dexterity to try to. And cunning, maybe?
I'd say so.
Ooh, I know what I'm doing. I want to, I want to grab an arm.
Yeah.
So I'm sure in front of me to block it.
Okay. Give us a roll.
It works.
Okay. 4, 8 plus 2, that's 10.
Okay, so one of these teenagers, you grab the arm and it's impaled right through. The rod still gets into your shoulder slightly.
Yeah.
Because I rolled 13 on the dice with the modifier, so you're going to take, let's say tier 1 of damage, like impaled status.
Just for the record, it's a different teenager to the one whose nose I punched into their brain.
Yep. They take and they'll take 3 tiers of impaled. So yep. Oh God, this is gonna get dark very quickly. But as that happens, and you kind of pull back, you bring the steel rod out with you, but the body mass kind of seems to close up. Yeah.
I was going to say if we could heal this, but
yeah, no, you can see.
There's no point now.
You can see it.
For clarification,
we can see what's happening. Emily is what I mean.
Yes. I mean, you can only see it now that she's pulled back, that there's a rod sticking in her. Yes. But you couldn't quite see it a minute ago because there was this bubble of bodies swarming over each other. Also,
right, okay.
Lewis, what were you going to ask?
So for clarification, there's the 17-year-old who's like summoning everyone to her standing in the middle, and then like a flesh bubble.
Yes.
Like kind of building a
it's
wall
basically,
around
imagine the teenagers kind of crossing over each other and just sliding all over like fish in a barrel around her. Yeah, okay. It's pretty grim.
How much space around them to her?
I will just check the answer to that. I believe it says on this it's a 30-foot tall writhing globe, but that feels a bit excessive.
30-foot globe of teenagers.
Yeah, we'll say.
Besides, there's lots of blood there now as well.
We'll say it's about 10 foot around her.
Cool.
The 2 in the car are still being pulled towards. I'm going to roll again to see how that's going.
Wait, before you do, can I go in the car and go at the door where they are?
So they're at the side closest to the house.
So that they're pushing into me and the door?
Well, the only way to do that would be, first of all, to move Gil out the way, who's holding the rod up, try to hold them in the car, and then also to open the door, which the only way to do would then let them out, and they would...
Can I no climb over them? The other side?
Well, I don't really understand how you're going to get in between them and the door, because there's not really enough space in the car for you to be able to do that. But I mean, you can try
Push
it.
them back from the door.
Right, I'll let you try
Is
it,
what I
but
mean here.
I'm going to tell you that it is not like they're not moving by natural means. It's not them just trying to get out. It's them being like sucked towards it by like it's almost like
No.
gravity. So you can try, is what I'm saying, but it's going to be difficult.
Right, I'm going to try and fit
And
my
there's-
arm or something in between them.
And they're going to take, while you're trying that, they're still going to take T1 of force damage from it.
Right, okay, I got 9,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to use Can't Die here.
Can't die here. Okay.
Yeah, it's just called Can't Die, it's not called Can't Die here. And the reason I'm using it is because if I can get in between them, they'll be pushing into me and know the car door, so they won't take more damage.
Okay, so I get it. So +2, so that's 11. You can kind of get your arm in to lower the amount of damage, but like the pressure
do.
on your arm is immense, and it's basically you're going to start taking damage with them, but it's still not enough to necessarily save them or stop
Cool.
this.
Gil will look at Millie and go, "You got this," and then not wait for an answer. Take Nimrod, and I'm going to charge at the 17-year-old thing, and I'm going to do a big running clonk to her head, try and knock her out.
So as soon as you like pull off, Emily just starts kind of slumping over the kind of the window space and starts kind of sliding out with the other girl kind of over her. Your arm is kind of is stopping them, Beth, from taking damage, but you're not really holding them in at all. But yeah, you can still charge and take a swing if you give me a roll.
Yeah, try and go for a thing, and I'll use Run Like a Horse, Strong as an Ox, Home Run, Unbreakable, and Handy, if you'll let me get away with that as well.
I'll allow it because you're handy with the... Oh, God.
So that's a total of 13.
Yep, that'll land.
This is so horrible.
Boom! Da-da-da-da-da-da.
As soon as you do that, you swing, and then all you see is like you whip the bat round, catch one of them in the head, and you kind of just tear through their skull, smashing.
I was specifically aiming at the one who's in the globe of
right,
writhing
but
flesh.
the only way to get to her is through the globe of flesh.
Okay, smash it.
So
Okay.
you kind of swing, and then you kind of hook through one of their kind of heads, causing their brain just to like explode out as they just hit the
trauma.
deck. Yep. Yeah, that's. I'm going to give you the status of trauma actually to that. All of you,
Yeah.
except maybe Beth. Beth maybe doesn't care so much, but I think all of you are going to have trauma added to you. Let's make that.
How does that work?
It's a status, so you need to take a list of your statuses, and as I tell you the tiers to that status, we'll add them up, and when you hit 6, it's like a permanent effect, and you either die or you become a potato. So in this scenario, you are going to take tier 2 status to that, and I'll say that
That's me.
I don't know. I don't think your character would really be that bothered by it. You don't really give
Nah,
a
it's no.
so
It's an assassin and angel of vengeance, so
exactly.
it doesn't care.
So the others are kind of like, oh my god, and that's happened. You've just brutally murdered a teenager, and you do
And I'm just like, meh.
a fair bit of damage to that. So I'm now going to do a roll for the person in the globe. Double ones, snake eyes. That means that suddenly the two girls have just kind of plopped out of the car and just seem to have stopped and just... They don't seem dead, but they seem asleep.
Right, can I put them back in the car?
You can go to do that, yeah. That'll take you a wee bit of time. While
Right, that's fine.
the swarming globe is going to take a turn unless anybody else wants to jump in.
So horrible.
Yeah, it gets very dark very quickly, this game.
How I still want to get to that girl in the middle. I still want to knock her out.
You are at the girl in the middle, you know?
Oh my god. Right.
I mean, I should be close to her, shouldn't I?
Well, you kind of took a step back because you got impaled a minute ago with a rod. So it stabbed into you in the shoulder, and you kind of took the step back, took the rod out, so she doesn't have the rod anymore, as you've done that damage to the arm. But there's a big hole in one of the arms, so you can kind of see through that. One of the bodies have fell, so there's a kind of space starting to appear in the thing.
Can I use my other arm to just punch into the hole and just knock her out?
Yeah, go for it. I'm also going to tell you that I just rolled 2 when she was going to do an attack, so I'm going to I'll give you a bonus to this in some capacity.
Cool. I'm just going to use the exact same tags.
Cool. So that's plus how many?
5.
Oh my god, this could do it.
Hold on.
Yay.
What
I'm gonna.
are you going to do?
I'm thinking of using a weakness tag just for funsies, because I'm gonna regret it, but it's gonna be fun.
You need to go for it now.
Okay. Reckless.
Okay.
I'm also reckless. So
Okay,
because that's
and you can add the
2
aware
six.
tag. You can tick that as well. Another one of those on that theme.
Okay. 4 plus 4, 8.
Because I rolled the 2.
Thank fuck.
How many did you roll? Was that
I rolled 4 on the dice and 4 power tags.
4 power tags? Was one of them a weakness tag?
No, 5 power tags and a weakness tag.
Okay.
That's 4.
What I'm going to do is
I'm good with numbers.
because you didn't totally succeed, I'm still going to allow you to inflict damage, but I'll take 1 off, because
Cool.
so I was going to half it, but then I'll give you that additional one because I rolled so poorly. So you do tier 3 damage to the girl in the middle, which again is bludgeoning. So she is currently, like, as you punch her, you get her right in the eye, and she kind of, fuck off, she shouts, and like all these bodies kind of shout that, except for the 2 on the ground and the 2 that you've killed.
Hold on, we've killed 2?
Maybe.
Sorry.
You punched one in the
No.
nose and killed it.
Oh no! Killed it?
Seeing
That was a
that,
person.
Yeah. Killed them.
Part of the globe now.
Oh.
seeing that brute force maybe isn't working, can I try and use Nimrod to try and like get some leverage, try and force myself through, like not just brute force, but like try and lever to provide some like break in the globe. If that makes sense.
Just to be clear though, as you do anything like that, the bodies are constantly moving, so you wouldn't really get any core moment to kind of swing it.
It's more of a like trying to like jab it through on the ground on the other side and use that to try and push, like force a gap to squeeze through. If that makes sense.
Give it a roll. We'll see what happens.
Can I use
like a what's it? Like
paddle?
No, like that thing where you can pry things open. What's it called?
A crowbar.
Yeah, a crowbar.
Yeah. Can I try to use it as
Thank
like
you.
a lever to like open up a gap big enough to sort of slip through for a second? Can I use Strong as an Ox, Unbreakable, and Problem Solver?
Yeah, go for it.
So that's total of 8.
You get a bit more space that's already. So what you actually have done is you've caused a weird gap to now appear. So there's already a bit of space kind of in it, and you've pried it enough so that now that space is a bit bigger in the whirling. So every so often there's a bigger gap at the front, for you to maybe get in, but you've not quite done it well enough to get a full body out. Beth, do you want to do anything before I go again?
Have I put these people back in the car?
Aye, sure.
Right, okay. Can I see this female through this space that Gil's made?
So you've as you've been putting them in the car, you've just witnessed a baseball bat of brains with a big steel rod. Then you've watched Millie as she's just punched right in it, just by like almost sheer luck, hitting the person. And then you now notice, as soon as you've finished putting them in the car, turn round, there's now a space that appears every couple of seconds at the directly between you and her.
Right, okay. Can I try and shoot her?
Give us a roll and tell us what power tags you're going to use.
Oh my
I'm going to use alert.
Yep.
And marksmanship.
Yep.
My rifle has a power tag on it.
Yep.
And does not breathe.
What weakness tags do you have across your list?
Corpse-like appearance. Devices depend on a sniper. Underworld reputation and 2 eager.
I'm going to apply 2 eager to this as well, so you're going to have -1. So take one off your power tags, like your total power tags.
Right, okay, so 3 then. Right, I got 11 plus 3, so 14.
So you've finished
that's
putting
excluding
them in.
The one you took off me.
You've finished putting them in, you turn around, you notice what's happening. Do you want to describe how you do this, or do you want me to do it?
No, you can do it. Go ahead.
So you turn around, and as you turn around, you notice that this gap is now starting to appear. You grab your sniper, you forget to, and you just go, "Pachow!" and you just fire. You don't even look down the scope, you just fire, because that's your chance. Now, bang! Right past your ear. Gil, you hear the bullet. And then through the gap, just as it's about to close, bullet goes in. The bodies all fall to the deck. And, yeah.
Who's no useful?
Everybody falls to the deck. And the person who was controlling them is laid there. Just pool of blood around their head with their eye missing. One of the people who were in the massive bodies, brains scattered all over. Another one seems to be just brain dead, and then the other 4 seem to be okay. No, it's more than 4.
There's one with the hole in the
other
arm.
than the hole in the arm. The one with the hole in the arm's like bleeding out currently.
But other than the hole in the arm, you're good.
Right.
So,
the rest of them's fine apart from the
from what you can see, from what you can see, but that's kind of the scene before you.
Who's no useful, fam? Get wrecked.
Yeah.
We should go.
My thoughts exactly.
We should go. Because that's murder, what we've just done. That was a murder.
I mean, I kind of want to go into the house and look at the stuff that happened in the house.
But
Can
there's
I
a corpse of a
search
teenager, and we killed them.
Yeah, but I'm redness and I ignore red flags and I get lost in details.
Thanks. Tell your therapist he's doing a great job. Corpse, hole in head.
How very dare you, I do not.
Important information.
But, like, if people will see the corpse and they go, there's a corpse here, and they've got a hole in their head. I wonder who did that.
Idea.
You.
Put the corpse back in the house, search the house.
Were you wanting to search, Beth, while they're having this conversation?
Yes, I would like to search while they were having that discussion.
Who are you searching? All of it?
The one in the middle.
Cool.
The one that was causing it.
You can roll your investigation stuff and add the appropriate tags. If you guys want to continue RPing that conversation, feel free.
Cool. Stop looting the corpse of the person you just murdered, thanks. But murder, we just killed people.
Also you groped a person, dragging her out of the house. So I mean, yeah,
So did you. We are criminals
I
now.
know the person. Also, I'm a girl. So it's different.
That doesn't make it right.
No,
you're equally as bad.
You're a middle-aged man. It's different.
So, what I'm going to say while you're starting to raise your volume at each other, Beth, did you say you rolled a 7 or a 12?
I got a 12.
12. What you find is there's nothing really on our person other than just a sheet of paper from Global Genetics that just kind of has a list of... It's just a list of everybody's name, and it's about 80 people to 100 people on this one page, and it just kind of explains Sigma. They have the Sigma signifier active, it says on all of them, Also, as you've kind of pocketed that and turned round and they two are shouting at each other, you notice across the street a 5-year-old is in the garden just kind of like,
Oh no! Oh
Mom! And he's shouting, and you all turn and notice at that point. As he shouts,
Why is there a 5-year-old in the garden at 9 p.m? That's bad parenting, and I'm going to tell that mother when she comes out the house.
What I'm going to say is the fact that you're wasting your time making that joke, the mums came out the
Yeah.
house.
I'm gonna slink away here.
Toby, get in! Toby is gathered in the house and she's like, I'm phoning the police! Phoning the police! Ah! And then you kind of notice street lights starting to go on and stuff. Not street lights, house lights.
We go. I think we should go.
I'm gonna get in the car.
Right, she's in
Yeah,
the
get
car.
in the car.
Yeah,
I will go get in the car.
Drive away.
He's all in the car.
In fact, before we drive away, I'm gonna take the license plates off.
Okay, I need you to roll to see how long that takes. And it's just 2d6.
Can I help?
Yeah, you can change the game.
Okay,
Can I use strong as an ox?
Just rip it
Force
off. Yeah,
Was it me that was to roll, or?
both of you.
Yeah.
Alright, okay, well, I got a 9, and I'm gonna use alert, and...
I don't think alert's accurate for this. You're not really being alert anymore. You're just kind of going for it.
There it's there. And 2 eager.
Too eager. Is that a weakness tag?
Yeah.
Right, so that takes one off. You know that, yeah?
Well, people were using weakness tags
No,
before.
I know. I'm just explaining that. No, they were taking them off. It's just so you know that that's how it works. A weakness tag.
Right,
So
okay,
a power tag plus 1. Weakness tag is take 1 off. So you've balanced out to having no modifier on your dice. Which I think is fair.
Well,
so give us the roll.
I give you
If I
the
could change things of like add like I said what tags I was using, I just said choices a lot before I rolled.
Yeah,
and I rolled badly. So a total of 5.
5. Okay, you don't change the game, and it's going to take you about 15 minutes at the rate you're currently going. It's very clear that the woman's already phoned the police, and she's like, a bunch of the neighbours are also seem to be on the phones at the window pointing at you guys.
Go. Let's just go. Fuck it. Just go. Just go.
Just go.
Right, he's getting the car. Are you just leaving?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just go.
As you drive off in the car, you've got 2 people with you. You've got Emily, and you've got the other girl as you drive off. So, where are you going?
I feel like we should call Jimmy because he works for the police.
We're also in a bright green car. It's been established that this is a green car. The most conspicuous vehicle colours.
It's also dark.
The most conspicuous of vehicle colours. We have 2 unconscious people, and we're witnessed by a child murdering people.
So you are in the car and you are just driving off for the moment.
We don't know how long that child was out there, really.
Let's assume the worst, because that seems reasonable in this situation. That a child witnessed us do a murder. Multiple of them. We all did them. Because I'm playing this because I don't know that the best probably made that look like we weren't fighting a giant flesh blob.
Was it murder though? Was it manslaughter? I'd say it was manslaughter because we didn't actively plan to kill these people.
She shot them with a sniper rifle.
Yeah, but it was not premeditated. It was manslaughter, not murder. So
I love how my sniper rifle's getting brought up a lot and you scalped somebody's brains out, so let's just I mean, you did that on purpose. I didn't.
You accidentally shot them in the head.
Exactly. Accidentally being the key word there.
Fuck it. Let's just go. Let's go somewhere.
Where are we going?
Not here.
How about we go back to the woods? That seems like a nice spot.
Yeah, I mean, fuck it.
So, I rolled a dice at the start of that. You lucky bastards. I rolled a 6. So the police did not find you on the way out of town. So you get to the woods safely. You're all continuing this conversation in the car, with Beth occasionally having deranged laughter about the situation, not really seeming to be emotionally invested like you two. It seems like a regular occurrence almost for her, is your kind of impression. Maybe she kills people, who knows.
We've seen her kill people, actually, fun fact.
No, I mean more as like maybe it's a hobby of hers and it's not just this one that's kind of past day or two.
You used the word
I mean,
hobby.
that's what it said in the file, so...
I haven't read the file.
So you've arrived in the woods, where you were before, exactly where you were before, it turns out, because you notice that there's still a puddle of pee there, because it's only been about 3 hours since you were last here. Actually, let's say 4 hours. 4 hours. 4 hours. So.
That makes it even worse for that kid to be outside.
Yep.
Because that means it's about midnight. That's bad parenting.
No, it's about midnight now that you've arrived at the woods. Anyway, point is, you're in the woods. You've been... Yeah.
So, yeah, I would obviously want to take care of Emily. I want to wake her up.
Okay. How are you going to wake her?
So it seems like she's sleeping, right?
Yeah, she's also got a bit of glass stuck in her face, just under her eye.
Okay, I want to remove that first and sort of take care of the wound.
Okay. Give her a roll. That's appropriate.
Dexterity, anticipate needs, gets her hands dirty, and loyal. I would probably know a thing or two about first aid because I'm a living carer of my grandmother.
Yes.
4. Oh, that's a 14.
No. And then you make sure to kind of quickly hold it in the cheek, and then you make a kind of makeshift like plaster of some kind.
Yeah.
Like find a way just to hold it there with like tape that you find in the car. Yeah. Cool.
I'm going to check my phone.
As you've done this, you kind of wake her up as well. You check your phone, there's nothing really on it.
Cool.
So, she's awake.
I'm going to check the files at the back.
Cool. So, she's awake. She's a bit dazed and confused looking. Well, where? Melly?
Are you okay? Can you...
What?
I do the what day of the week is it thing? And the how many fingers am I holding up?
I'm trying to remember the timeline of the week. She tells you that it's Tuesday.
It is currently...
I have no idea what day it
currently,
is. So,
you took the investigation a few days... yeah, it's Thursday, because you took the investigation the Wednesday night, because she went missing on the Tuesday, the Wednesday afternoon sort of thing.
That is correct, I wrote that down.
Yeah.
She went missing on a Tuesday.
No, she went missing on the Wednesday. She was acting, something like that.
Are you sure about that?
I don't exactly remember because I've not got it written in front of me. Point is, it's been roughly, she says the day that she kind of went missing.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was the Tuesday.
It was Tuesday, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so she says the Tuesday. For you guys, it's now Thursday. That's what it is.
Okay.
That's why Thursday.
Fair enough. Fair enough. How are you feeling? What's the last thing you can remember? Can you sit up?
Like she's sitting up. She's just kind of holding her head a bit, and you kind of there's cuts all over her face, from the glass.
Can I dab at them?
Haha. I mean, you can, and she's
Sorry,
just kind of.
I had to. Yeah.
Why are you dabbing like that? Where are we? And she kind of looks about and she notices that they're in the woods.
Yeah.
Where are we?
It's okay. It doesn't matter right now. What matters is that you're safe.
I mean, obviously.
I fill in everything that's happened in the past 48. Well, not everything, but like the rough details of her part of the story.
Oh my god, that's insane. I mean, the last thing I really remember was meeting the club at the junkyard.
Coffee shop? Oh.
And then we were going back to we were heading to some house, they said. And that's where you just got me from.
Yep.
I don't remember leaving the junkyard.
Okay.
I remember meeting Veronica, but that's about it.
Okay. Who's Veronica? Is it her? I just pull up the other girl and
you just pull it for your pocket,
No,
like,
no.
haha.
yeah.
No,
Okay, I drop her again. Is it this one? Or
is it this one? This one? No, it's for Veronica. She kind of like a nobody at school. I never really noticed her until I met her the other day and realised that she was Victor's sister.
Is
Veronica Chang.
description of? Is
And then
it
he describes the
description of
girl.
Central girl.
Yes,
who's
who's been
now
shot in the
dead?
face. Yes, that's then
okay,
described.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have some knowledge on that, and that feels because I know about the mist in the system, but Gil wouldn't know about it.
What was it you were saying?
Because this is making me think that, like she said, she never noticed her, so this is making me think that she was so, like, the mist was covering this Veronica up.
All right, you're talking as a
player. This is meta knowledge. Gil wouldn't know this,
right. So
because he doesn't understand it too well.
I'm gonna get
either
Beth to roll.
either that.
I'm gonna get Beth to roll on it to see if she'll know anything about the mist, because she's kind of a bit more in touch with her kind of mythos.
Okay.
What did you get?
12.
12. Is that just flat on the dice?
Yep.
Impressive. So
Got 12 a few things there. I'm actually pretty impressed with myself. I'm not going to jinx it, but
now you have.
like,
what you know about the mist is it seems to hide the fact that you carry a sniper rifle. It seems to hide the fact that you look like a walking corpse to people, and you seem to be aware that it hides very powerful people who seem to have abilities beyond the average person, beyond this world. You don't know much more to the extent of these powers and abilities, because you've only just started reintegrating into the world after you're waking up. But that's what you know, Beth, and you can share as much or as little from that knowledge.
like,
as you
can I
like.
just pull them aside a wee bit and share with them quietly?
So I'm going to need
I
you
don't
to
want
explain.
to
You're going to need
to-
to explain what you share to them to a point, because this is quite a big moment for their characters and how they're going to react. So you just need to kind of use the words.
Right, okay. Do they know about the mist
No.
already? Do they know about it?
So they're aware that there are things in the world, but they don't seem to have any idea about this magic stuff. Like the other day when they saw John's character bring out the gold beams, they were both like, what the actual hell is going on? So
Right, okay. I'll bring up the other day and I'll bring up my sniper rifle as an example and tell them that there's a reason that other people and a lot of other people will see, either nothing or see it as something else like hockey sticks, and that thing is the mist. And then I'll tell them how it kind of covers up things like, how I'm very corpse-like in appearance, John's tentacly things, and a lot of higher up powerful people, and how it lets them integrate into the world. What you told me.
Gil will nod slowly.
So yeah, what I say is, I knew there was something going on. And inside I go,
Yeah. Do you want to ask any questions of her? Or anything?
Specifically of Beth.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, again, metagaming a little bit, none of Gil's mythos powers are, like, that
OP.
weird. It's just
Yeah.
that he's
They,
strong,
well,
and
that's
then he's
why
got the magic stick.
I keep describing the way the rod works and the colour of it changing, so
Uh-huh.
he would have noticed that and be now he's like, right, so that's kind of that makes sense why nobody's ever really commented on the fact that sometimes you have a rod that glows and bends.
Uh-huh.
They don't seem to notice it for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I would say that line of thought that you were having about maybe her disappearing through is it the mist that did that? Is it something else? Why is that? Kind of thought process could ponder in your mind. Yeah.
I want to ask her, so did that girl in the center give off that sort of vibe to you? Because she definitely did something weird. I want to ask Beth.
Oh, Beth.
Did she give off a sort of vibe like that as if it came from her, or as if she was controlled by something else giving her those powers?
Right, okay. I'm going to stay controlling unless I need to roll David, which is,
Well,
you.
no, I mean, I'll be 100% honest. You don't have an answer to that question because there's no way for you to know. Plain and simple.
Exactly.
So that's what you can say.
Would it be worth? No, probably not. Never mind. Yeah.
Emily, do you remember who of the people on this list was at the house with you?
Is this the list that Beth found? Or the list in the book?
You've given me both, Beth?
I was going to say, because it's down to
Why?
which Beth has given you. I mean, Beth, did you tell them about the list that you found?
No, I didn't.
Right, so you only know about the book.
Then I know about the book. Then
Yeah.
I hand her the book.
I mean, all of them, pretty much. Like, all the ones that say that they have this blood type thing, at least the ones that are, the names I recognise, like, I don't know who all these people are.
Okay. You said something about a junkyard. What exactly happened there?
We arrived and Veronica was there and like the entire infection club, all like 20 of them, and they were just kind of seeming to be looking about everywhere, and she was just waiting, and Victor introduced me to her. I shook her hand, and then it kind of gets fuzzy. I looked about. We waited there for a while. I think I don't really remember after that.
Okay. Why don't you sit here for a second while the adults step outside and talk?
I mean, I'm kind of outside as well, but I'll sit at the car still. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Smashed windows.
Only
Okay.
on one side.
What do?
This is getting a bit.
I think we should at some point call Jimmy, ask him what he knows about what happened after we left.
I thought they didn't know anything. because the police didn't turn up.
Police didn't turn up, but they still would have received calls.
That's not what it said either. I just said they didn't find you guys.
Yeah.
On the way out of town. That was it.
Could it be worth giving Jimmy a ring and asking if he has any information on what happened at such and such address at such and such a time?
I mean, obviously, we're not going to tell him that we were there. We're not going to be like, oh, hi, I forgot my purse at the party at the house. Ah, ha, ha.
No, like ask him what he knows about what happened there, saying that's the next place we're thinking of investigating.
Yeah.
And then, so that we have, possibly a fucking alibi.
Yeah, we need an alibi.
Yeah, so if we tell Jimmy that we're planning on going there later, that could possibly help with that.
It could, yes. But where were we at the time? I mean, Stevie saw us here in the forest.
Uh-huh.
Where did we go from there?
I mean, it doesn't help if we use Stevie as a witness because he was returning two kidnapped teenagers that we kidnapped.
Hold on, I know where we were. We were with John all night.
At his secret safe house.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, sure, that works. That's
cool.
fine. That's great. That's great. That's great.
How about we go there?
What was that?
John's married a do-gooder though, so if you're going to say that you're there, he might not back you up.
Yeah.
So, you're going to be like, oh yeah, we were there, and then we're going to phone him and he's going to be like, nah.
How about we go to John's now, bring his car back, which has been there all night, because nobody used it, ever.
Apart from the smashed windows and the other various damage, that's fine.
I mean, shady neighborhood, docs, blah, blah, blah. You never know, blah, blah, blah. I mean, honestly, we're wasting time. We need to go somewhere here.
Yeah. So what he's going to do?
Might be worth going to see John at the least.
Cool. Yeah, let's take Em and her friend as well, because it would be weird if we just took her back to her mum right now in the middle of the night. Asking questions. Also, the more people see us now, the worse for us. So let's head to John.
Cool. He's going to head to John's. We missed that whisper, by the way, I think, that you just said. It just
I don't even remember. It wasn't that important.
Oh, okay. Well, you get in the car. Beth has got the keys. Are you going to drive them to John's?
I'll drive them to John's if they want, but I don't think it'll be worth.
Well, I mean... cool. So he's going to go to John's, which involves travelling all the way through the city. So I'm going to roll for the police. Twice. I cannot believe I rolled a 3. You've got into the city nice and easily. You're about halfway through. You're past the school area where there's sirens galore. You've got the radio on and you're just hearing, blah blah address. There's been a murder of 3 young teenagers. One seems to have been shot in the head with a sniper rifle, and the others seem to have been bludgeoned to death in some sort of violent brawl attack. And now, she's kind of getting near the kind of docks area. A police car passes right by the front of you.
Passes by or stops right in front of us?
Passes by at the junction. I'll let one of you, in the count of 3, to roll a dice, and then we can add checks to who can look in the car. 3, 2, 1, roll a dice. Who's doing it? Right, it's Beth.
I mean, she's driving.
Yeah.
9.
Okay, add any spot kind of tags that you think would be appropriate.
Alert.
Definitely alert this time.
Yeah, I have tracking, which, and I have marksmanship, which is.
I'll give you marksmanship. Like, good eyes. So,
The,
you notice the guy in the passenger side as they pass by spots you and like looks right at you and then kind of reaches for what looks like he's reaching to the radio as he passes by.
right, okay,
And
we need
he's
to
near
go.
John's. So, what he's gonna do? Keep going or?
Maybe not park the car right at John.
Do you
No,
do
we
you
need-
tell us that?
I did.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to-
How about instead? So when was there something going on at the junkyard? How long ago was that?
Are you asking me? Who are you asking?
Everyone.
A good 5. No, a good like. It's now, let's say, it's about midnight. It's now about 1 a.m. by the time that you've came back in the city. It would have been about 6 or 7 or 8ish, let's say, that the events at the junkyard happened.
So, okay, idea. Let's not go to John's. Let's go to wherever we think Stainslaw could be at the moment. Because we're very suspicious right now, and if we went where the actual people are who are responsible for all of this, we're doing the police a favor and are kind of the heroes, maybe?
That could maybe work, maybe.
We don't really know where they are.
We know they're near the docks.
You know, they
Maybe-
moved. Did they know? Because John said they was following them.
I mean, how about we call him and ask him where they are? Yay!
That could be a plan. So you're going to phone him?
Yes.
Beth's one of his numbers.
Beth's the
No,
only
no,
one
no. We don't phone and drive. We don't phone and drive.
You all took the number last time. I remember him giving it to you actually
Yeah.
at school, didn't he? So any of you can phone him. Choose who's going to do it.
Okay.
I'm
well,
gonna
if
phone him.
Yeah, because Beth's driving.
I'm driving.
Yeah, you're driving, so.
Who's phoning?
I'm driving, so
I'm
phone.
phoning him.
While the
I'm
police are
phoning
here.
him.
Right.
No, I
Beth
said
isn't phoning.
because you're driving, don't.
Who's phoning?
Billy.
Right, Melly. So, hello, Melly? Hello?
John! How's it going? Where are you?
Currently driving.
Okay, driving where?
I don't really know. It seems they seem to be. They've circled the whole city. It feels like we've been driving for hours, but we've not went
Okay.
anywhere. But oh my! And you kind of hear his car coming to a halt. You've got to be.
Where are
taking
you?
the mick. They seem to be driving up towards the waterworks.
Okay, we'll be right there.
Wait, no. They're obviously not going to the waterworks. There's got security everywhere, but the only other place could be like one of the Helix Labs facilities, but I mean, why would they take them there?
Hold on a second. I turn around to Beth and say, go to Helix Labs now.
With two unconscious, with one unconscious teenager on the back and one that's half awake.
Yeah, go there.
Did I just hear that right?
You probably did, but that's not our biggest problem right now. So you're at the waterworks.
Wait.
Helix
You
Labs.
hear him start the engine up as he says, wait. And he kind of puts you on speaker and puts you on the seat, and he's like,
Yeah.
they don't seem to be going to the labs. They've turned off the road. They've just went
Okay.
off road. And then you hear him like bump off the road and like almost like
Okay.
go down a bit of a ditch and then kind of scratch on dirt as he kind of chases after.
Okay.
Sorry, they seem to be going through the woods somewhere. I don't really.
The woods.
They've went off to the left from the main junction, and the phone cuts out.
Mhm,
Beep,
okay.
beep, beep.
Right. off we go to the waterworks, Helix Lab, and then into the forest. That's where he is, that's where we're going.
Why don't you put the 2 teenagers in the safe house and then we can go?
Yeah, no, that wastes time.
Well, the assumption is anyway that you've not stopped driving to the safe house. I would say you're pretty much outside it at this point.
Ooh.
So you could easily do that.
So I say keep driving. If we stop here, quite probably the police are after us. So if we stop here, we're giving away the location of the safe house and we're wasting time.
Well, I mean, you've got a choice. You're about to pass it. So it's Beth, you're driving. So when I hit 0, you just keep going. If you don't say something, you just keep going. It's your decision. You're at the wheel.
We're going to need to.
Well, I mean, you don't know.
I can't take them out. I can't take them out though.
If you stop the car, it's quite obvious what's happening.
No, I mean, that's not what I mean. I mean, like, I'll need one of them to take them.
No, but they would obviously help if you stop the car. It's just a decision that you need to make if you stop the car or not. That's it.
I'm just saying.
Okay, so you keep going. You've decided not to stop the car. So you're heading to Helix Labs. So you travel again for another about half an hour. It's now getting super late. You've just been travelling pretty much most of this session between things.
You're mocking us just because we can't travel in real life.
And Emily's kind of fell asleep on your shoulder, Millie. She seems to be back to her normal self, other than a bit shaken by the events and the stories that you've told her about tonight. And you get to that kind of passing the waterworks towards the kind of junction just up ahead where John would have been talking about.
Do we notice anyone following us on our way here?
No, because no one is following you.
Cool. Okay, good.
Jimmy's any indication this city's police department seems a tad incompetent.
Yeah. Choices? Go straight there. Call Jimmy.
Either we
for
go
backup?
off-road with the car, but because we don't know how far they are, or we could leave the car here with the girls, then that would probably keep them a bit safer.
I'm not leaving 2 teenage girls alone in a car at 1 a.m. close to a lab where we know that shady stuff is happening.
True. Millie's
Right.
phone.
Sorry, is that a phone?
Bzzz.
Whose phone is it?
Me.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's a silent one.
Bzzz. Bzzz.
I've answered it.
It's still driving though. So
Put it on speaker.
yeah, you know, I never heard you say that you answered it. You might need to speak up a little. So
Sorry.
you pull it out, you answer it.
Hello.
Look, I it's Jimmy. Like, oh my god, like I don't even know. I feel a bit overwhelmed here. Right, there's reports coming in. All sorts is going on, and there seems to be an APB on the car, on John's car. Like, you were there at a crime scene earlier, and then he names the address of the abandoned house. Where are you?
No.
All right, I feel so camera right now. But like the police commissioner's even getting involved. Like, everybody's on this case now. I don't know. Like, you just need to stay hidden, stay out of the way. Maybe ditch the car. Like, I feel like if you do that, you might be all right. I feel it's important that you guys are safe, and that I feel like if you did do something, it's so important that you come in now, because I've been throwing diversions up and saying there's been spottings in places, making up fake witnesses. Like, I feel like I'm maybe crossed some lines here, and I'm feeling a wee bit scared for my job. I feel a wee bit betrayed by you guys if you did do this. Like,
Never done a thing, Jimmy. Don't you consider yourself
I feel really worried right now. I feel really worried.
I feel very worried.
I feel like I'm doing that feeling thing, but I feel like it's justified.
I feel very calm and secure about the situation.
and I feel like that gives me confidence and makes me feel a wee bit better. I feel good. But yeah, I feel like if anything changes, you need to tell me if you know anything, because 3 teenagers have been killed, and I feel like the commissioner being on it is only going to make it worse for you. I feel really, really concerned. Okay, just make sure you and John are okay.
Thanks, I'm fine, thanks.
Okay.
Cool. Right, bye.
Oh, I feel grateful that you said bye this time. Even though you've hung up, he's still, and he knows that, he's just talking to the phone himself. I feel really, really grateful. Oh, hi Andy, sorry. Click. Right. So are you just going to turn off the road then, at this point?
Yeah.
You just kind of hang up the phone, put it in your pocket, and then just hard left off the road. As you kind of gear up through the trees a bit. You can kind of see now that you hit in that area that there's tyre tracks, some thicker based wheels spread apart, probably from the van, and then you can kind of see slightly tighter ones, probably from whatever vehicle John was driving, heading in.
Right, okay. So,
Emily's
and I'm
woke up,
next to
and
the
so's the
waterworks?
other you've just turned off from so you were at the waterworks and you've turned left off road. You know that
okay.
you know personally, Beth, that Helix Labs is straight up that road, and you go through a barrier check, then you hit another security check, which is a fenced wall with armed security who like do photographic stuff and all that, like eye scans, fingerprint scans, like super intense. But for some reason, you've took a hard left just before that kind of point of that check into the woods. Just the first bit of security.
Right, okay.
You've not even reached that far where there's the first barrier. So,
Right, okay.
yeah. The 2 girls have woke up. What's going on? The other girl seems to just be really like puzzled and perplexed. Where are we? Where the? What? And she starts screaming.
Right,
Okay.
someone needs to shut her up.
Billy, you're in the back. So
She seems to just be slapping at you.
Can I calm her down?
You can try.
Cool. I want to pin her arms to her side, look her in the eye, and try to calm her down.
Okay. Give me a roll.
Will hit a bitch if necessary. Dexterity, because I need to somehow grab her arms.
Yep.
Persuasive, because I'm persuasive. And anticipate needs, because that's what she needs right now.
Yeah.
That's
Cool.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
11.
You start talking to her and you kind of like
So, yeah.
you grab her and you're like, what do you say?
Yeah. Okay. I know this must be really confusing for you. A lot of things have happened and you're probably really scared. I get that. But it's fine. We're friends of Emily's. Hi, this is Emily. I don't know if you have been introduced. Doesn't matter. What's your name?
Georgina?
Georgina. Smash into me, Georgina. We're on a little adventure. You're going to be safe. Think of something happy. Think happy thoughts and just relax and enjoy the ride. This will all be over soon. You're in no danger at all.
At that exact point, you hear some
Danger!
gunfire coming from deep in, just up ahead. It's probably about 5 to 10 minutes tops in the car that you can hear it. The only reason why I gave the time is because Beth would be quite aware of the kind of distance of it. So you've got a choice to Beth of what you want to do. After hearing the gunshots. Cool. And then the gunfire seems to go on for a wee bit.
I'm sitting in the middle in the back, so I just take both the girls' heads and push them down.
Cool. So you're kind of hearing, it sounds like a back, so the gunfire sounds like a back and forth, and then it seems to stop for a beat. So it's like, and then it's like, heavier on one side. Yeah. And then
Right,
it just
I'm
goes.
gonna get out
The
the car.
woods just goes deadly silent.
Quietly get out the car, climb out the window or something.
I mean, you can open the door. You're right.
I'll
Right.
get out the other side and I'll grab Nimrod out from underneath the car.
Yep.
Can we? Are we sort of getting off the road or the path or whatever?
You're already off the road. You're already off the path. You've been off it for a few minutes in the woods.
Just sort of park it next to the tracks or something.
I mean, there are no real roads in the woods. It's just the occasional car and tire track that you've kind of noticed as you've been driving. Nothing like solid.
I think what I'm meaning to say is, can we leave a path for vehicles to go past?
But what I'm trying to say is the woods. There are no paths in it for vehicles, so it's like everywhere's kind of the exact same. If you left it there or a few feet to the right or left, wouldn't it make a difference? Because these paths cars were not meant to go this way. For some reason, they have been.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I tell the girls to stay in the car and to stay low and think happy thoughts and tell funny stories.
Okay.
But quietly.
Okay. And Emily seems to kind of take charge, and she grabs Georgina by the hands and is like, "We'll get through this. Melly, I trust her." And then she's kind of like, and she, before you go anywhere, even get out of the car, she grabs you by the wrist and says, "Be careful. I can't lose you too."
I squeeze her hand and leave.
And then her and Georgina start dealing with each other. Yes, Beth.
I'm going to put my force field around the car.
As soon as you leave, though, the force field will deactivate because the sniper, or unless you leave the sniper rifle.
Decisions.
Because the sniper rifle powers.
Yeah. Nah. Okay, we can deal with it ourselves.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going towards the shop.
Cool. What do the other two? Are the yous following as well?
Yeah, I'm heading up with her.
Cool. As you kind of walk, you find yourself walking for another 5 minutes before you can kind of see anything. There seemed to be a bit of light coming up from up ahead that seems a bit lower down. And as you get to kind of a hilltop, it kind of feels like in the woods. You can kind of see down there's some sort of like abandoned building and facility. And it looks like something mental went down because one of the walls has just a giant hole in it. And rather than there be any real power generators or anything nearby, it all looks like makeshift, like kind of floodlights that you would use to set up in a car park at like a nighttime football game or something that you quickly put up. So it's all kind of makeshift, the kind of lighting, and you can see this abandoned facility that looks like it's been closed down for a few weeks, maybe a bit longer. And there's a giant gaping hole in the side.
Any people moving around outside?
You see, you don't see any movement at the moment, but what you do spot is you spot a van, a big long wheelbase kind of truck that could probably fit a fair amount in it, and then a kind of dingy, crappy, it almost looks like a car that was probably about to be scrapped, kind of parked in there as well, and you can kind of see bullet holes in it.
Walk towards the place sneakily.
Cool.
Not in light, basically, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Give me a stealth. Are you heading down to the car with the bullet holes?
Yeah.
Cool.
Okie dokie. I got 11. I'm gonna use stealth and alert, please.
Boom! You kind of slink your way down this kind of slope, avoiding the light as much as possible, and you get round to where the car is, and you kind of start seeing the front of the facility, and you can kind of see that there used to be glass doors there. They've just been shattered, and you can see right inside to the kind of into the building. Inside the building, you spot a few guys with guns, kind of seemingly walking about.
Right. Okay. Can I hide behind something?
Yeah, you can hide behind the car.
Just now? Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. I'm gonna kind of plank there and survey the area. That's okay.
Yeah, cool. What do the other two want to do?
I'll head down sneakily as well.
Cool.
Using cautious.
Yeah. And then are you going to follow as well, Millie?
Yeah.
Cool. We'll do the just one check from Gil and then
Yeah.
we'll skip you.
5.
5. You just kind of roll down the hill. Trip, slide. And then you kind of slam against the car. There goes stealth.
Can I duck and weave somewhere else?
I mean, at this point, there's not really anywhere else to necessarily go. Because he's done all this falling, you just kind of walk down like without even really needing to be stealthy. Nobody seems to have registered from what you can see. Yeah.
Just quickly, is there anyone in the car?
In the car, no. But when you look inside it, you can see that on the driver's side, it looks like there's a bit of blood on the seat. As if somebody was outside and blood went in after being hit.
Okay. So, working theory is that John was part of the firefight we maybe heard, but he's managed to slip away somehow.
How far away are we from these guys again? Like, so I'm here.
You're at the car.
Behind this car.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Where are they?
They're inside the
How
building.
far away are they?
About 50 feet.
Right.
It's
Okay.
about 50 feet,
looking-
right? So it's about 50 feet to the door of the building, and then inside, it's kind of hard to tell the exact distance from where you're at because they're moving about. So just about 60 feet tops, 70 feet kind of areas where you're seeing these 2 or 3 guys kind of roaming like the entrance area.
Right. Okay. And I can't slink round. There's no other. No, there's a dingy building, isn't there?
No, this is the dingy. The dingy building is the one that you're looking at. It's the only building there. It's one
Right.
big building
Right. Okay.
that's kind of
Right.
been left to fall apart over the past few weeks.
Right. Okay. Nice.
There's also
Is
the
that
van.
within sniping distance, though?
Yes, 100%. There's also the van there as well. This part's kind of
The
further
thing
up
that-
from the entrance.
The thing with this sniper is it's a blast sniper rifle, so they'll hear it. So as soon as one of them, as soon as they hear it, they'll know where it's coming from.
Yeah.
Dunk, 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 dunk. You just hear
Right,
what sounds
okay.
like metal hitting on something. Like
Right, okay.
it's coming towards the entrance it's coming from inside and it's coming towards the entrance of the building.
Where's the van again?
didn't
Sorry.
they say
Right.
that
So
stuff-
you've got the door, right? So you're at the car. That's about 50, 70 feet from the door. 50 feet from the door, right? You're way over here. And then the van is kind of parked over this area. So it's a wee bit,
Okay.
it's maybe about 20 to 30 feet from the door
Okay.
to the opposite side from you guys.
Didn't somebody say that Stanislaw was made of metal?
That what was made of metal?
Stanislaw, Stanislaw the
Oh.
vile, the nasty villain guy. He's made of metal.
be.
Remember, one of his minions said. So if there's metal, that's my thought on that situation. It might be him.
As you're looking through the sniper scope, just kind of eyeing up inside, Beth, suddenly there's a glare in your eyes. As dunk, dunk, and then you take down the scope to see standing there in the doorway is a man in a pinstripe suit who looks like he's made of titanium, and kind of got a glossy finish to it. It's still got like he's got like the hairdo and that. He's like the guy in X-Men except with the muscles. He's kind of more in the pinstriped gangster kind of suit. Looks more like a kind of crappy Spider-Man villain. Who's standing in the doorway. And he's kind of looking side to side. Where is she? Robert, William, out here. The two guys from earlier who were looking at the stuff, after you threw the phone and everything collapsed, step out. Boss, I mean, like, they said they would be here now. That's what Vector said. Vector said we'll come at this. We'll be there at 1 o'clock, because obviously something happened at the yard to her minions. Apparently, some idiots who thought they were smarter than her or some nonsense. I don't really know. I don't understand it. Words are big. I bosh. Like, I mean, we're doing our best. We're doing our best here. Like, I mean, like, Vector should be here. Like, do you want us to go send some guys out, see what's happening? We'll send them to the house, because she mentioned the house to us earlier on when we were doing the trade-off. She agreed to the deal, so she's totally game for helping us. And then he's like, guys, do you know what? I've got a better idea. Come here. And they kind of step closer. Yeah, boss. Yeah. Grabs him by the head, and like you hear the crack of his skull as his thumb presses in, and then he just bashes his head into the other guy, like caving in the other guy's face and letting him drop to the floor. That makes me feel better. Much better. Thank you. Somebody clean my hand. And he kind of like sticks his hand out, and somebody comes running over and kind of wipes the blood off with a wee cloth and kind of wee squirts of polish and kind of polishes his hand.
During these hard times, it's important that your leg stands long. Wash your hands at every available opportunity.
Boom.
I lean over to Beth and I whisper, "Can your ammo pierce titanium?"
No.
Yeah, I don't think fighting him is a good idea. Let's not do that.
No.
Right. Bring out the detective. And then you see two guys kind of bring out John, who seems to have been shot in the shoulder and the leg, and throw him at his feet. Right. So now Stainslaw's back is to you guys, and he's looking down at John, who's kind of like on his knees at him. Look, I'm going to give you one opportunity. Tell me what you know, who else is involved, and tell me, where is Vector? I mean, why would I tell you anything? You're just a scum. Just dirt in this city. Why would I help you? Dung! It's like it smashes across his face, like teeth come out, and there's like, it doesn't necessarily break anything, but like it bursts the skin and bruises instantly his whole face, and like his whole eye is kind of swollen as John kind of looks back up at him. He's like, do what you want of me? Do your worst. You get nothing. At which point, he kind of leans up and goes, I thought you might say that, John. I thought you might, and I'm glad you did. Clicks his fingers, and it kind of has like a twang to it as they open up the back of the van to his goons. And then he pulls out a pistol, loads it, and points into the back of the van. You see in the back of the van is about 30 people cramped in. Adults, children, you name it. 30 people crammed in there. I'm just going to fire randomly till I get an answer.
Shoot the gun out his hand. Sniper rifle, gun, hand out. Let's not get
it'd be
more people killed.
titanium. It wouldn't
No,
do
but
anything.
if you shoot a gun, it'll knock out his hand. I don't think he.
Right, John.
You've got a sniper rifle.
3, 2,
I'll
1.
try and shoot it then. I don't think it will do
Cool.
anything.
It's not really a
Okay,
bit. It doesn't sound like the point is to actually hurt him. It sounds like the point is just to stop him killing anyone.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Right. Anyway,
I
go.
don't think
What did you
it would
roll?
do
What
much
did you
good.
roll?
I got a 9. I'm going to use marksmanship, stealth, alert, sniper rifle, and doesn't breathe.
Okay. So plus what? How many?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Plus 5. So that's 9 plus 5.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Work out your power tags, and then roll, just so that we can keep track. So that is 14. Boom! Yeah, you shoot it. The bullet doesn't necessarily damage him per se, but it does put a bit of a dent in his hand as he kind of throws the gun, just flies out his hand. What is it now? And he kind of turns around, and like
I want to
everybody's kind of
rush.
getting ready to shoot.
Just quickly, I want to try and run up and try and like grab this guy around the front of his chest with Nimrod to use him as a shield, so I don't get shot
Okay.
horribly.
Well,
Just for context for me, how many goons has he currently got outside with him as well?
2 at the van.
2 at the van.
Let's say he just killed 2 of them, so another 1. So there's 3 of them out there, and then there's him. So there's 4 in total.
Cool. Do you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna go for a big running shot at him with Nimrod to try and stop him from. Because I reckon John, because he's got fire powers, might be able to help out here.
Okay, and you're going to control John for any combat, so you can control his
Okay,
actions.
I'll need to get his sheet up again quickly because I didn't know he was coming back.
And
Back to that one. It's not my turn.
the
Yeah.
cool. Give me a roll. Also, remember, you guys can do change the game or whatever the other 2 to help out here.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of them.
So Lewis,
so yeah,
if you
I'm
want to
gonna
do a
go
roll for that charge.
Gonna go for runs like a horse, strong as an ox, unbreakable, home run, handy.
Mm-hmm.
So 5 tags.
Cool.
Right, I've rolled.
Needed it. Total of
Yeah.
9.
Right. So total of 9.
Total of 9.
Cool. What did you add? Who else? Who done change the game?
No, I didn't need to change the game.
Right.
I just rolled to shoot one of them.
So it's to kill one of them, Gemma, did you say?
Yeah.
Right, we'll do that in a second to change the game for Millie.
Which one are you shooting at? No,
who are you helping?
Gil, the one that's
Who are
closest to him.
The
The,
one-
the one
okay.
he's attacking.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So we'll come back to that in a second, Beth.
Yeah.
Millie, what are you doing?
I want to run sort of on the edge of the woods towards the as far as I can towards the 2 guys by the truck and take out one of them at least.
Okay, so what I'll say in that context is then you're not changing the game. You won't be able. That doesn't really help him get to Stainslow in any way. Because all attention is on him, which is fine. I'll allow you to do it, but it won't be change the game. Unless if you want to change the game, you have to do something to directly help Gil.
Okay. Could it be
Distraction.
sneak around, take a risk, something like that?
Okay, if you're going to do
that, I'm trying to give us an advantage by having fewer guns pointed at him.
Right, but what I'll say is because he's already up and running.
Yeah.
Your only option
faster.
doesn't the fact that he's already started. By the time you would complete that whole action, like they would have already took a turn at him. Do you know what I mean?
Probably, yeah.
So the only way the only thing you could do is either do something from the car to help, or just continue with that action and it doesn't change the game.
If you have some cool superpowers, now's the time to bust them out. Just gonna say.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna continue with that action.
Okay, I'll come back to you then, Beth.
Yeah.
So there's Stainslaw in the middle, with John at his knees in front of him. There's a wee guy to his left, who's spotted Gil, who's raising his gun, raising his pistol to shoot him. There's two at the van, who seem to be carrying machine guns. Who do you go for?
The one that's raising the pistol.
Cool. You recog, and have you rolled the dice and added your power tags?
Yeah, 12.
12. How many power tags?
4.
4. Hits the deck. So that's one off. That makes your kind of thing a bit easier. So I'll get you to roll again, because the other. Do you know what? I'll roll. There we go. Yeah. So one of them kind of whips up his machine gun, kind of just spraying it, missing entirely. Whereas the other one kind of gets it up and gets a wee tap kind of action going. Misses with the first few as a spray of bullets kind of hits the ground. And as you kind of get to Stainslaw kind of reaches out and kind of pops his hand on your chest. So you don't get shot, but you kind of get like a bit winded for that. Take tier 2 of bludgeoning from that, and you kind of feel your chest kind of crack a little bit, not like break, but like a kind of noise. But you're still close enough because he's not fully reached out his arm. It's kind of like a hope you're getting a bit close there.
When I rolled there, I was rolling for already be swinging, so would I now connect? Or should I roll for hit them?
Are you trying to wrap it? I thought you were trying to wrap around him.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, sorry, that is what I said.
So I'll give you the wrap round successful. He's done that. That's the complication. You took a bit of damage, and he's kind of half. You're not like super tight with him, but you've still kind of caught him enough that he can't exactly get out of this situation.
Can I slip round so I'm behind him and the people with machine guns?
Sure, I'll allow you to do that as a free kind of thing. You kind of
so like
slam
after
up.
I get round him, I want to like swivel around so that.
So you bash into his hand. As you bash into his hand, get the thing round him. You kind of turn left, round to your left, with his back now to the two guys with the machine guns. As the guy with the pistol drops behind you. John is on the floor on his knees there. Yep.
Then I want to just like press into his chest like almost like a rugby tackle, but not try and push him over.
Okay.
Just be holding on to him.
So you're kind of pushing the hand in. So he's not. Yeah. He's kind of fighting you there, and then I'm going to go to Melly. What do? You sneak. You're quickly running around. Are you doing it stealthily, or are you just doing it fast as you can, kind of deal, run the side?
As fast as I can, because they're probably still focused on the action around.
Give me a roll.
That's a 7, and I'm going to use Not Afraid of Danger and Dexterity.
And I think you should also add the weakness tag Reckless.
Yep, that's 8 then.
Yep.
And it also means I've got 3 attention ticks on that type.
Sweet.
That thing.
So that's 3 power tags. So you do tier 3 damage. What are you doing to him? The guy.
Yeah. I use both hands and smash them onto his ears at the same time.
So you kind of dart round the side as he's kind of just sprayed bullets up, missing, and then you just kind of, and he's like, drops the gun.
Yeah.
Next,
I want to pick up the gun.
Cool. So he drops the gun. The other guy is going to first react by going, huh? Turning, drawing his. You've now drew his attention to you. Beth. Yep. Who are you shooting?
I shoot him.
Yep.
The guy that's just turning like, huh?
Aye. Cool. What I'll say is this is going to be a difficult shot because what you need to do is you need to get it past Stainslaw, who's kind of blocking your line of vision to that guy. The one directly in front of Millie. you could totally get.
Right.
So rather than it be a 10 to pass, it's going to be an 11.
Okie dokie. Well, you'll be glad to know that I got a 10. But I'm using 4 power tags, so it takes me over.
So you need to say the number that you get with the power tag. So 14 is what you rolled.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So. Sparks kind of fly off Stainslow into your eyes a little bit. Gil, as the bullet kind of slides across the kind of back of his neck sort of area, and then you just hear the guy go as like the bullet gets caught in the door of the van. Do you want John to do anything, by the way?
How fucked is he? Because that'll determine.
He's not. He's pretty fucked, but he's conscious and can see what's happening through his decent eye.
Well, I have an idea of what I was going to have Gil to do, so I might just have him support that.
Cool.
Because I can tell the guy I'm fighting's pretty tough, so I was going to have. Unless you're going to have someone else do something first. But...
Well, I don't know. Did I get the other guy? Or what?
Yeah,
you did. You killed him.
Right, okay.
Stanislaw, with his free hand, seems to be jiggling underneath his jacket to pull something out.
Okay, I was going to. Could I have John try and use Burning Nimbus Whip to try and stop him doing that?
Yeah, go for it.
Help him.
Cool. Use Burning Nimbus Whip. Can I use Truly Wants to Do Good as well?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Oh, and is it damp?
Sorry?
Is it damp?
We're in the woods. I'd say so. I'll give you that.
Cool. So that's an 8.
Okay, so it succeeds at stopping him, but it doesn't do any damage. It just kind of flicks his hand back out the way enough to... and what he knocks out is he knocks out some sort of... it looks like a kind of mini grenade launcher sort of thing. It looks like it's a one-load grenade launcher. He knocks that out onto the ground.
With Gil's turn, I was going to have him burn Strong as an Ox to get a big one over on this guy and just like power slam him so I can have Stanislaw stuck to the ground.
Fuck it. Go for
So
it.
it's going to burn Strong as an Ox, which means I automatically go up to, I think it's an automatic pass, basically.
Auto crit.
Cool. And I was going to use that to go toe-to-toe, I guess, or change the game or whatever, to basically pick him up to a big wrestling power slam on him, then get on top of him to try and hold him down to cause him more trouble.
As you do it, the Nimrod, the metal bar, heats up as you kind of lift him up, and you kind of notice it seems to almost melt into him a little bit and connect to him as you lift him up and slam him down and do what you're doing.
Yes, it's just lift him around his waist, turn over to the side, and then jump on top of him to keep him from getting back up.
That brings him to tier 3 status of bludgeoning damage. Cool.
That's me done stuff.
Right, you can jump in, anybody.
Is there any more people?
There's
Apart from the one that's on the ground.
There's the one that dropped the... So Stainslaw's on the ground.
Right.
And the other guy's just dropped his gun after being slapped in the ears at melee. Yeah, he's gonna go. He's gonna go for the gun.
Oh.
He grabs the gun, or he's going to grab the gun.
Okay. Have I? I mean, I'm going for the gun as well because if I'm there as well, I need a weapon. I don't have weapons.
Yeah. So go toe to toe. Give me a roll.
Yeah.
I polled. We'll say that's 8 because I don't actually have a modifier for him. But we'll say he had 2 power tags.
Shit, he's gonna get it. I mean, not afraid of danger. Dexterity will hit a bit. I will push him out the way if I can. Cunning, I will stick my fingers up his nose if I can, or push them into his eyes, which is a dirty move.
I mean, you're kind of beside him, so you're probably more likely to get his ear, if anything.
Good enough.
Just so you know.
I'll take that too. I will also get my hands dirty.
Cool. I'll allow all of those.
Okay. Because I only rolled a 3.
So what does that bring you to?
So that'll be an 8.
Ooh.
Could I help out here?
Because you've already took 2 of them out, and I don't think you've ever actually said you reload the gun. I think you're kind of out of
I
bullets.
reload the gun.
So you're reloading the gun while this kind of moment has happened, and then I guess will we just both roll a d6 and see what happens here?
Oh no.
1d6, right? Whoever rolls higher.
Yeah. This is 1d6. Fuck!
Is that a nat 1?
Yes.
Oh, I got a 4. You put the finger in his ear, and he grabs the gun, and then he just kind of like bashes you off, and then he kind of looks down at you like as you fall to the floor, and he's like, "What the actual foot?" And then as he's about to say that, you've reloaded, so you can try again.
Right, okay. I'm going to attempt here. Right, okay, I got a 9. With my
It goes to shoot you, and then a bullet just goes through his hand, and he drops the gun again. And he's like, "Why does this keep happening?"
Right, I'm reloading and I'm attempting again.
Pretty much, the gun drops into your hands exactly.
I take it and turn it 90 degrees to point right at his face.
And you've kind of reloaded the next bullet into the chamber, and you can do what you're going to do, Millie.
I tell him, get in the van.
Get in the van?
Roll, I guess. Persuasion, is that a thing?
I'm very persuasive.
Convince, it's a convince roll that you're doing.
Yeah, I'm persuasive.
You're threatening here.
Yeah. And I will hit a bit.
I'll give you that. Hit a bit.
Anyway, yeah, okay, 8.
8. Okay, so they seem to kind of be like, he's looking at his hand, and he kind of just, like, he kind of sits on the edge of the kind of where the ledge of the van is, kind of sits on it rather than go in fully, because he's looking at the hole that's been put in his hand by a sniper rifle. And then he's just kind of looking at the hole in his hand.
I pull a tissue out of my pocket and just shove it into his hand.
As you do that, and it goes right through.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Stainslaw is going to try and struggle back against Gil. He does not do very well at all. He tries to kind of take a swing at you and just kind of punches through the air, but like the speed that the fist goes up, you feel the wind, you feel it like push the air, and you're like, if that hit you, like your head would have exploded like a watermelon or something. It was scary.
Cool. So I'm going to have John come in, and I'm going to have him use his plasma barrier to try and pin Stainslaw's like arm he's just punched, and pin that onto the ground.
Cool. Give me a roll.
I don't know what plasma barrier means.
Just give me a roll, and we'll describe it. So
John,
John,
plasma barrier and better in damp conditions.
So just a reminder, John was here as a different player last week who hasn't been here. So I'm doing the RP, and Lewis is doing the stat rolls for him.
So that's 11 total.
So he swings, misses, and then his this like net just kind of shoots out John's eyes and kind of goes onto his fist, slams it down, and then goes along his whole arm, holding his arm in place on the ground. Is this titanium man is stuck there with you on his chest, kind of holding him down.
Can I?
1 second, Beth. Oh,
yeah. Can I try and move Nimrod as it sort of, like you said, it sort of melted onto sort of his chest? Is it one of his arms still restrained, or is it just around sort of his...
Sorry?
Like, what if I got trapped with Nimrod's on Stainslaw at the moment?
His hands kind of got loose as he fell to the ground, so you just kind of got him pinned around the kind of waist, stomach area.
Can I try and push it deeper into the ground either side of him to try and dig it in a bit.
Yeah. Cool. Give us a roll.
Use Bendy and Problem Solver. Can I still use Strong as an Ox even if I've burnt it?
No, you can't. It's gone.
Okay, cool. I will use Bendy and Problem Solver.
Cool.
6.
It's not really doing anything. You're trying to bend it, but it doesn't seem to just be glowing enough for you to do anything. But he's still in place. Beth, were you wanting to do something a second ago?
Can I run and get the grenade launcher?
So you start running over. Cool. While you're running over, he's going to take the guy in the van is going to take a turn. Ow! I just punched the table. The guy in the van, as soon as you put the tissue in his hand, and kind of go right through his hand, what he does is he grabs the base of the door and kind of swings the door around to whack it into you because you've stepped close enough for the wide open door to bash into you. I'm going to need you to roll some sort of save to that.
Face danger.
Face danger, that's the one. Thank you.
Can I use dexterity?
Yep.
And would anticipate needs count as well? Because I can sort of anticipate that he would want to attack me back at some point, and I don't trust him.
I'm going to say, I don't think so. I don't think it quite works. You've used it more for other things. I don't think it quite works here.
Okay. Oh well. I'll just see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cocked. So that's a 9 then.
A 9. Okay, so what is going to happen is you're still going to take the status of, we'll call it bludgeoning, and you're going to take it at, so it would have been tier 2, but we're going to make it tier 1.
Okay.
Because you technically passed that save, but not high enough. So you kind of are whacked in the back, and once again, the gun is now on the floor.
He's good at that.
Well, it says.
How was I whacked in the back?
Right. Right. So right. I'm going to explain it. Right. Van doors open like this on a van. He's sitting here.
Okay.
You've stepped in front of this door. He's reached under. This door's went to close, and you're in the way. So he's kind of bashed you in towards him a little bit. So you kind of fell in towards the van, but dropped the gun on the floor. Again. And he's going to die for the gun if nobody's going to do anything.
I'm going to die for the gun as well.
So he's going to go for it first because you've just kind of took that status. So you'll have to go for it in a wee second. Beth, you've kind of just arrived at the grenade launcher at this point as he's kind of dived to the ground and got his hands on the gun, but not took it yet. Because now Mellie's turned round and saw him grab the gun. So, what do you want to do?
And he's not got the grenade launcher. He's got the.
No, he's going for the machine gun. The grenade launcher.
Okay, well, I'm getting the
next to Stainslow and Gil.
Right one. I'm picking up that.
Cool.
The grenade launcher.
You pick up the grenade launcher. Melly, do you want to go for the gun then?
Actually, I would go for him.
Okay, go for him. Go. So he's on the ground.
Say, could I have John help Millie by using a burning nimbus whip to try and stop the guy from?
Yeah, we'll do that in 1 second. So let's see what Millie's going to do first.
Am I on the ground?
No, you've been hit into the van, and then the doors kind of swung back open again, and then you've kind of stood up, and he's behind you on the floor.
Okay, can I kick him in the head?
You can take a step and kick him in the head, sure. Go for it.
Cool, I want to do that. I will hit a bitch, get my hands dirty, or in this case my foot, because he's scum.
Yep.
I'm not afraid of danger. I'm cunning, because that's a backstabbing move, and I'm dexterous. So cool. 3, 4, 5.
5 power tags. To do change the game, the person first has to do a dice roll, I think. Just so we know. Right, what did you get?
12.
12. Pretty awesome. But at the same time, to change the game and make it even better attack...
I was going to have John use Burning Nimbus Whips, better damn conditions, and then Truly wants to do good to kind of like swoop in and try and help her by like using his whip to try and like, slap this guy's hand before he gets a gun.
Give me a roll.
8 plus 3, so 11.
Cool. So, just as you're about to kick him in the face, John's Nimbus Whips go to kind of hit the gun out of his hand, but because you kick him in the face, his head then goes into the Nimbus Whip, which knocks the head. So you kick him in the face, his head gets hit by the Nimbus Whip, and then he bounces back off your foot. So basically you kick him twice in the face. And we'll allow that to be 2 times the amount of power tags you used, which was 5. So...
Which is dead.
As he bounces off the second time, he just hits the ground and just... You hear something snap in his neck.
And it makes a nice... because the ground is moist.
And the Nimbus Whip just kind of goes right back into John. Who's just kind of looking at Thingy in front of him. Stainslaw and Gil, and now Beth, who's picked up a grenade launcher with a single barrel.
Yeah.
Can I finally pick up the gun?
You've got the gun.
Yes.
Right, okay. Can I... What is this Stainslaw like? I know he's on the ground, but like...
I don't know.
His ton's down, one horn.
Yep, his right hand.
One arm.
Right hand is pinned to the ground by like a kind of golden mesh.
Right.
Yep.
He's got the broad around his waist,
and he's got
chest region.
And he's got Gil on top of him.
Right, okay. If I can tell Gil and John to quickly move, put down my force field and hit this guy with a grenade launcher, would I be allowed?
I mean, you need to just do it. I can't tell you if you're allowed or not. You need to try things. That's how it's always worked.
Right, okay. Well, I'm going to do that then.
Cool.
Ask them to move and put this down and then...
So, ask them to move. Start with that. Go. Ask them to move.
Gil, John, I'm going to need you to move quickly.
I will see the grenade launcher and go, you got it. Can I use Run Like a Horse and Home Run to like power slide dramatically away?
Yes. As you do that...
Run and then slide round cover.
As you do that, you kind of see that John tries to get up and kind of just falls back. As soon as you've got up, though, Stainslaw also is able to move, and he's going for the grenade launcher, so which is pretty much right at him. So, what do you do as he goes for it?
Fuck it, I'm putting up the force field and firing.
Right, if you put the force field, your shot's going to bounce off the force field.
Yep.
Okay, so what you putting the force field on?
So that nobody else gets hurt, because I can't die.
Right, so how are you doing it? Describe the order of the actions here. He's going to grab the gun.
I'm putting the force field down.
Right, so you put around who? Around what?
Around me and this Stainslaw guy.
Alright, around both of you, right? Okay, so...
Yeah.
Right?
Right, fire.
Okay, roll. Also...
Right, I got 11.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm adding 1, 2, 3, 4 on. So I've got 15.
Okay, so he goes to grab the gun, he gets his hand on the barrel, is suddenly force field around both of yous. And also John, who wasn't able to really move. Big explosion. Just smoke and fire fills this force field that you guys are still fairly close to, and it kind of shakes the whole van with all the people in it who kind of all are like, ah! Force field's still up, smoke is inside, you just can see nothing. What do you guys want to do on the outside of the force field?
I'm gonna try and get a visual inside of it to check if John is okay, and then what's happened to Stanislaw and Millie.
I mean, you
No, not
just
Millie. Beth.
Beth.
as you kind of
Beth,
make your
that's
way
the
over to the force field, try to see if you can spot thingy. John, you cannot see through it at all at the moment. The smoke has just filled the whole thing.
Fuck.
So, Melly, do you want to do anything just now?
How do the people in the van seem?
They've all kind of hit the deck, kind of pulling in towards each other, kind
Yeah.
of cowering as deep in as they can go. Because it's so cramped, there's not that much room, so they're not really going that
Yeah.
far back.
But they seem sort of. Do they seem like themselves, if you will?
Yes, they seem like normal
Okay.
people who are scared because an explosion just went off.
I mean, that.
The force field kind of, and the smoke kind of begins to dissipate. And then what you see is just the first that you kind of see is Beth through the smoke. Skin has been like burnt, and you can see into the muscle, and like there's kind of char marks all over, holding the gun. And then you see Stanislaw's hand kind of glimmer through. Then after about this far down, it's just like dripping metal. Bloop, bloop. And then you just see like a kind of, the suit is gone and it's just a puddle of metal, and lying beside them is John, whose back seems to be really badly burnt. And kind of blistered and burst and cut, and his clothes are like seared, and there's some bits of liquid metal kind of landed on his leg and burnt into that, and it's still kind of steaming, and there's a distinct smell of burning flesh, but you can see that other than a bit of smoke damage to his front and the punching, he doesn't seem to be dead at the moment. So, what do you do?
I run towards John and want to do first aid as far as I can.
Yeah.
Check with him.
Cool. Anything else? I mean, you can roll for that now.
Fucking, we need somebody to cut. We'll probably need a fucking ambulance for John. Don't want him to die. Fucking.
I'm just gonna take this hand with me.
Cool. So you don't even react to the fact that you almost killed him. You just kind of take the hand
But
off.
John would have wanted.
You take
But John Johnson would have wanted.
You take the hand off the gun and just kind of throw it to the ground, the grenade launcher, having used its single shot, and just kind of put that in your sniper bag, I guess.
Yeah. My bag of hockey sticks.
The people who were in the van are kind of still in there, cowering. What did you get for your first aid?
I rolled a 3, but I can use dexterity, anticipate needs, get her hands dirty, and loyal, because I'm loyal to John. He's part of the team.
Okay.
I want him to be all right.
Yeah, I'll give you those. So
So that'd be a 7.
Okay, you've stabilised them, but it definitely won't be enough to save.
Yeah.
At this rate.
Yeah.
And there's
I'll run over to the van, sort of limp a wee bit, probably, because I've a bit beaten up, and I'll use my commanding tone, and I'll tell them, right, this is all a bit mad, but we need you to stay here for a wee bit for us while we sort the rest of this shit out. Cool?
And you kind of see a few of them at the front kind of nod and agree. You don't even need to... You notice as you do it, like, you actually kind of feel something different about the way that you say it this time. It feels endowed with something beyond normal words. Like, there's something to the cadence of it that even the other two kind of register. Yeah.
Great. And then I will... Do we get an ambulance? Saying to the other two, do we get an ambulance? Will the ambulance get here?
Let's get Jimmy.
You start
That's
hearing
a
a
helicopter
helicopter
noise.
flying.
Is it a police helicopter?
You kind of see spotlights kind of swinging through the forest.
Oh, do we have a flashlight? Do you have a torch?
You guys
Anyone?
don't have it on you, I don't think, but one of the guards might.
No.
Okay, can I find one?
Yeah.
I want to look for one. Okay, I want to signal SOS into the sky
Um,
in Morse code.
bear in mind that you are in a lit area, anyway.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Still.
the other thing is you start hearing very faintly in the distance is sirens.
Yeah.
And kind of
We,
the
like-
lights flickering into the forest.
Could we like signal up to try and like?
Yeah.
I know we're on the ground, but wait for helicopters to
So-
try and get some attention.
As you start signalling, you hear coming through the radio is. I feel like you guys might be in need of assistance. My name is Jimmy. I'm here with the entire police force. We are here to assist in this situation. Please remain calm. Please remain calm. We are coming to assist. And then as you kind of wave and are making sure that John is all right, police cars kind of pull up to the edge, to that kind of hilled edge around the facility that you're at. And kind of with them is the two girls who kind of are pointing down to you guys, going, down there. And kind of in a montage kind of effect, we kind of see the police arrive, kind of take John and get him into a kind of lift with the helicopter to get him to a hospital as quickly as possible. They don't really know how to react to the puddle of like liquid titanium that was a man apparently, so they just are seeing like a pulverized paste of a human being, blood and guts everywhere. And the people in the van are they've been herded out by the police and kind of took away in that. And you guys now remain at the crime scene, where Jimmy's with you guys standing by the other car. So police have all set up a wee cordoned area, crime scene and everything, and they're like, right, so the police commissioner has asked me to find out what the hell happened here, because it feels like a lot has happened, you know? It feels like you guys kind of might have left me out in the loop and some stuff, and I mean, I feel really bad about John. Can somebody bring me up to speed so I can maybe like smooth it over? I feel like I might be able to do that, because I feel like they think I've been instrumental in this, you know? I feel really confident.
Gil would like to like actively try and activate like the magical thing that happened when he was commanding Toad before. And also use part of the community. I'm going to like talk to Jimmy, and I'm going to try and explain in a way that leaves out the magic shit, but gets across the message that something very weird's happened. Because I have a theory about what's happened here. Is that Vector is...
Well, don't share that now. Share what you're going to share with Jimmy now, and then we'll go.
I will share with Jimmy that we reckoned that this was going to be like some form of human trafficking deal, that possibly the disappearance of Emily could have been related to.
Oh my god! And my only question then is, how does this teenage girl who was sniped in the face tie into all of it?
Can I answer that?
Yes.
That's an out of metagame thing.
First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get Gil to do a roll with those perks on it.
Perfect. 9.
Okay, so he's kind of believing you, and he asks that question, and you can kind of see I'm not getting the full picture for you kind of expression. I feel like you're hiding something. That's actually what he says. I feel like you're still hiding something from me. Millie, you want to try?
Yeah, I want to do that thing that I did last session and just start crying crocodile tears and just throw myself into Jimmy's arms and start crying, and because that's what he wants to hear, feelings. I'm anticipating his needs.
Yep.
I'm getting my hands dirty and doing my best telenovela person impression. I'm loyal to my teammates and I want to get them all out of this. And I'm cunning because honestly, that's a bitch move. And I'm very persuasive because I want Jimmy to believe what I say next.
Okay.
Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry?
What did you roll?
I feel like there's a romance on the go.
Nothing yet. That's a 7 plus a 5. That would be a 12. So I start crying. I go, I don't know. It was all a plan. I mean, I felt so overwhelmed by everything because Emily was missing, and then we were all in a car. We were in the forest, and we found her in the TV. And
I ship it.
And he's just like, oh, I feel you, sister. I feel you.
I'm just going to walk away.
I feel so. I feel like somebody's actually shared with me, and it feels so meaningful. And I feel so sorry that I ever doubted you. I just feel grateful.
I feel so supported right now. Oh my god.
It feels so
Gil is
really
uncomfortable with all of this.
It feels so good to know. And it feels
I'll join you.
It feels so great to know that you guys have managed to save so many lives. So is this kind of?
I feel so grateful to have a friend like you, Jimmy. As soon as I turn around, I stop crying.
Right. Well, you are still in this process. So while that's happening, you can kind of see the police have kind of been focusing their kind of crime scene stuff on the outside. Jimmy's kind of took statements for you guys on what happened here, so nobody's really came over and questioned you. What do the other two said? You walk away. Where are you walking to? Are you leaving or are you going?
I wasn't gonna leave. I was gonna be like away from those two.
Away from that.
Right. Okay. So you walk away from that. That's fine. That kind of lasts a wee bit, and he's like, "Look, I feel really appreciative that you've shared and that you've done all this work. But I really need to go just now. Here's my number," and he gives you his direct phone number. He's like, "That's my personal mobile. Anytime, sister. Anytime." And then he runs away. He literally runs because he's just like, Andy, I need hankies. It's happened again. And then you just hear in the woods, "What have I said about feelings?" So at that point, yous are left, the three of yous. You instantly turn off the tears, wipe away anything. Three of you standing next to each other, looking at Helix, this old facility near Helix Labs. The crime scene that's unfolded, and are kind of left with some questions unanswered, and yous are pondering if yous will ever actually get those answers. Is there any last thoughts that you want to have before I do any kind of...
I give my theory as to what happened.
Yeah, you can share that with each other as you kind of look at the crime scene.
So, my theory is that Victor's sister is Veronica. So I think, yeah.
Veronica
so what I
is
think
Victor.
So what I think is happening, Veronica is obviously got a mythos of some sort. Or she's a gateway, which let her control people. She's using that to sort of amass an army of some sort. She was coming here to meet Stainslaw for the people in the truck. She was going to include those because they must fit the blood type prerequisite that she needs to control people. She was going to use them to be part of this army or whatever she's creating. And the reason no one noticed her doing it is because she's a gateway and the mist is blocking it. That's my personal, general theory of what's happened. And it happens that Emily was one of the people she ended up targeting.
And I'm assuming Gil kind of shares that, yeah?
Yeah, Gil shares something akin to that.
Right. So you've kind of heard this theory from Gil. Yeah. And you kind of see a police officer kind of stick his head out of the facility, and he's like, "We're going to need a ton of CSI trucks. There is so much evidence in here. Like, it is unreal. Like, we're going to need to go through this at some point. This is a lot of files." You kind of hear, and then you're kind of left with that feeling of, even though you've solved this one, this might just be possibly the beginning of something bigger, a calling to a world beyond our own. And as you kind of give each other those kind of glances that they do at the end of movies, the end of the episodes, where it's like, you're ready to continue this. Just give each other the wee nod. Step forward into the camera, and then we go above, pulling out. As you walk in towards the crime scene, and the camera fades out, and then the rock music starts as the credits begin to roll, and we've brought a close to the case of Emily Craig, and the end of V is for Viral episodes of Burnout GM. So I hope that was as satisfying for you guys at home as it was for me, and hopefully the players around the table.
We're in the square.
Haha.
I tell everybody. Very pleased with my progress.
So that's the end, folks. Any thoughts from you guys as players? Anything you want to share about the system that we want to?
I think this system is great. It feels very freeing in that you're not bogged down with numbers.
Yeah, I mean, like the highest number I think we've seen is maybe if you roll a 12 on the dice
40.
and you add all your power tags. At most, it's going to be up to like 20, 25. It's very simple addition. But yeah,
but it feels very freeing in that you can kind of just do the stuff you want to do.
Yeah, well,
it's very versatile too. I like that because you can pretty much create your own character completely and formulate everything just the way you like.
And yeah, I feel like since we're going to finish up here though, I think the only question I've got left is, do you think this is something you guys would want to come back to with the same characters?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I say that, but I've also got 2 backup characters that I've been working on, because of course I have.
Well, we've started this, so
20 quid to spend.
I mean, you've still got it. That's the good thing. Maybe by this, if we come back to it, which I think the incline is, we'll definitely come back to the system in some way. Maybe we'll come back with these characters and do a slightly longer running thing. But for now, thank you for watching. Don't be strangers. Give us a follow. Give us a like on Facebook. And on Twitch and YouTube. Subscribe. We'll see you soon. Bye.